the stream. We'll see. I think it was a little too hasty turning it on. Also, hello. It's Monday, and I'm a lot closer to being on time. Hey, it's working. That makes me feel good. Excuse me. I have been looking forward to this for a while. I'm very nervous about today because I think we can very easily lose the whole empire. But we also have the potential for a glorious victory, and I'm hoping to deliver the latter. Uh-oh. Why? There we go. I've been having some weird problems with my monitor. It seems that I'm pretty sure it's one of the panels is a little bit loose, but so far I seem to have dodged the really big visual glitch that gets that comes up every once in a while. It is incredible to see this game on full screen, especially just all of these painted backgrounds. To be able to see them in full screen, sort of in the dark. It's pretty special. This is going to take a little while to load just because it's the first time in about a week that I've done that. Also, please bear with me a quick second here. I'm going to munch on a candy and then sneeze and get all that other business done. We'll do a quick review of the position. We'll let some bodies come inside because I'm pretty sure everybody wants to see how the saga with the Great Khan turns out. But beforehand, why is my frame rate so low? Sorry, just bear with me a quick second here. It should be streaming at 60 frames a second, but it wasn't. Yeah, it really hates that. Okay. I might have to switch versions of OBS at some point, but we won't do that tonight. But yeah, just bear with me a quick second. I will get myself sort of all sorted out, and then again, we'll discuss the position. We'll talk about what the strategy is going to be, and we will see what awaits us with the Great Khan. Okay. I think I'm in good shape. Like, for me, not for... I realize you probably have to keep hearing my squeaky chair, but that's because I'm fidgety. I usually do the housekeeping and all of that, too. Not much to report. I'm behind on recording an Elder Scrolls episode, and that I felt terrible about because I really made an effort. But something pulled me aside at the end of Sunday so definitely something happened on the Saturday that I was planning on recording it. So I specifically set aside time on Sunday, and right around the time I was ready to record, I got a message from somebody, and I needed to abandon that. So one of the reasons why I was really strict about the start time tonight was that I'm planning on recording that episode, and we will be in I'll basically be in I'll be in shape to get the episode recorded in reasonable time. So I got a few things ahead of me. I think I'm actually going to try and make this a surplus. I've got a food shortage, and it's actually a pretty substantial one. So let's just... We'll add that to a monthly trade right now. I want to do something a little more structural. Obviously, importing all of my food is going to be a tough one. Hey, how you doing, Mojo Storm? Great to see you. You did indeed pick the right time. All right, this is really interesting that I'm dropping frames again. I want to know what the deal is with that. If that's an OBS thing, or if that's an internet connection thing. We'll do our best with what we've got, but please let me know if there's a problem. Okay, so don't want to be importing too much food. I'm definitely gonna take a big hit on my energy. If there's an emergency, I can definitely sell off some of my minerals, but let's focus on importing for now. Next up, I don't know if I want to talk about the military position or if I want to be talking a bit about... Oh, hello. What's going on here? Oh yeah, we're not gonna have that. We're not gonna have that subsidiary for too much longer, or not subsidiary. We're not gonna have that branch for long. Such is life. Okay, so the Chosen of the Great Khan is my public enemy number 1. Where are they heading? Good. How are things on my end? Tried your best to catch Darkest Dungeon. By the time it started, it was almost 7 a.m. Yeah, I really messed that one up. I really cannot fault you. In fact, if anything, I'm going to fault you for waiting for me. I think the thing I'm most upset with myself about is not being better at indicating that the stream wouldn't happen. God, this game is... Again, all of this will be the same for you. But this is the first time seeing this on a big screen, and just... This game is awesome. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed with myself that I wasn't better at signaling when the stream would happen, but as it did not turn out the way I was planning, and I'm sorry for that. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna deal with. Okay, now I'm getting hits to both my frame rate and my OBS. I'm very curious about this. Okay, what do I want to do? Well, let's deal with the science ships first. I don't think there are any anomalies for it to deal with here. This is more just a matter of trying to get safely out of a sticky spot, so... I think that'll work for now. This colony ship's kind of sitting idle. I suppose the best bet is to say we will colonize... I'm assuming it was destined for this one. If nothing else, we'll make it there, because that's costing me something. I've got Yuka, my lovely little amoeba. Only 637 strength, though. So I might want to hold off from making her something too... I don't want to rely too much on her. And of course we've got my other Titan. The problem is that this Titan's going to take 280 days to get where it needs to go, and these guys are going to take 75 days. It's actually very tempting. I think the middle ground I can go for is, well, you know, we actually don't need any repairs. So yeah, I think we're going to go straight for the Great Khan. I'd like to have another ship, but I've been thinking a little bit about this. So we've got the Vanquishing Bion Armada, and Yuka. So this is my Titan Mark II. And really what I should probably consider here is just throwing them into the battle when they can make it. And what else? Yeah, I'll explain this a little bit later. Actually, you know what? Because I'm going to be ignoring it so much, let's talk a bit about the state of my my empire. So we are running out of room on the capital. I'm tempted to do the Arcology project. All district slots within the planet must be city districts. Okay, let me just see here. Increasing housing, resource production, pop growth, unlocking special arcology districts at the expense of plants' natural resources becoming inaccessible, preventing all further construction of generator, mining, and agriculture districts. And nothing special here. I just want to make sure that this doesn't have other implications. Let's just do a quick search on the wiki. All right, I've actually been missing out on a lot of cool stuff. Let's risk it. The thing I'm worried about is if like all of these buildings get destroyed, but so it's not going to wipe this out for me. I'm going to have to demolish it all. Oh, now I need to build a bunch of... Jesus Christ. I wish I hadn't done that. Hey, Ego! Good to see you. I'm doing alright, except for having done kind of a stupid decision now, but that's life. Yamal. So I could probably just spike these and be done with it, but we'll leave that for now. Gaul does not have an employment problem, so we'll leave that for the time being. This game just launched on PS4. You could never imagine doing all this micromanagement on a controller. Everything I have heard, and again, it's worth keeping in mind, I always hate repeating this, but I think it's probably better that I just come clean with it and let you guys decide if this matters. I have been given the keys. I have been given keys from Paradox for this game in the past. Everything I have heard about it is that it's a very good port, and that it's like it does what it was designed to do, and it does it well. I am not a console gamer, so I can't personally speak to that myself, but I have yet to hear any complaints. But I am interested, though, if any of you are players of the console version, because I'm certainly very interested in how it's going. I just kind of want to get an idea here of all these worlds, how things are going. So this is a little bit low on amenities. I should probably consider a shopping mall at some point. This one, 2 jobs available, but 1 more will unlock that, so we're in good shape there. What did I do? So I wanted to turn this one into an ecumenopolis. I think that's the term. Let me find that again. Yeah, ecumenopolis. So it costs 20,000 minerals, 200 influence, and it takes 10 years. And what you need to do is... the thing I neglected to read was that you need to have 100% city districts, which I don't at the moment. And sort of what I failed to appreciate was, like, I destroyed all of these, but I needed to build up my cities first. And so I basically just have a bunch of resources which are not being developed at the moment. We're watching an IGN review for it, learned nothing about the game. The guy kept talking about the PC version instead. See, that's a shame, because I think the reason why I'm personally excited for the console version of Stellaris is it's max crystal mines. Gas extraction wells. Sorry, 1 second. Aha! Okay. That's going to be another set of things that I need to change around then. I just learned 2 new things in this setup. Yeah, so the thing that excites me the most about Stellaris for consoles is that it'll introduce a whole new set of players to, you know, to this game, to the things that I find very exciting about it. So I'm gonna have to be sure to actually mine these special resources. I've been messing it up. In fact, portal research area. Dimensional portal researcher jobs. So I don't think I can actually build anything for that. Okay then. Oh, because I'm upgrading it. But yeah, so if you spend the whole time talking about the PC version, I mean, you know, I think the question that most people are interested in on those reviews are, you know, is this thing equal? You know, I've got a bunch. I'm assuming people are going to say something to the effect of, I got a bunch of friends who really like this game on PC. You know, is this thing going to be worth my time? Will I get the experience, you know, similar to what my friends have been going through? So yeah, what I may want to do here. Let's replace that with. Well, I think I'm just going to get. I'm going to start making sure everything's realigned. So this is going to there's going to be a little bit of management that I'm doing ahead of time. Oh, actually, Loop Cloud Farm. I don't think I really have one of those. I'll try and reshape this. So before we go to the war, I'm actually going to be taking some time to make sure that I get these things properly lined up. So in this case, we'll say replace. What are some of my other options here? Absolutely nothing. I probably just blew the opportunity. All right. I might wind up switching out some of these into the alloy plants anyway, but for now we're going to focus on food. I'm sorry, if I started talking about something and then flipped to a different topic entirely and it was very confusing, please let me know. I will correct the error, but I'm getting a little sidetracked with my colony work. Okay, Akram is one of my industrial worlds. We've got our Ministry of Production, which is good. This probably is going to be something I turn into an Ecumenopolis. We've got a lot of jobs though, so I'll double down on what I've got here, but I'm not gonna go any further. Halvam, again, similar idea. We've got a lot. Actually, in this case, I think I'm gonna avoid the factories. Gorilla, clearly a generator planet. We've got 6 jobs available. Probably not the time for that. See, this is a good example of a planet that I'd probably want to strip down into an Ecumenopolis when the time comes. They've got 11 jobs. These guys have got 5 available, but no specialist jobs. So, is there a specialist job that I can give someone? I think I can, actually. Metallurgy is a perfectly respectable profession. Yeah, so I think what I'll probably wind up doing is I will replace... I'll wind up replacing this with a Ministry of Production when the time comes, because honestly I think getting rid of these mining districts and maxing out for city districts probably makes a little more sense for this planet. The Vale! Well, I do like more Unity, and they have 10 jobs available, so the question is if I really want to keep going down this path. See, the other trick on this one, though, is that they have a lot of agriculture districts. And I really do need food. Okay, this world has 2 jobs available, so eventually we'll have a slot open up. Zorf Prime. I'm sure at some point I will also leverage for food, but at the moment I don't have any need. The only need that's not being fulfilled right now are amenities. And then Kesso, they want a job for a specialist, but I don't really have anything to build, and I don't think clerks count as specialists. They don't, so I don't think there's anything I can do for that guy there. Okay, so I'm not like overwhelmed with the quality of stuff that I'm doing here, but it's enough. Hello, Sungif. So the remaining question I have here are my shipyards. Now, there's a really good argument for me to add a third... Actually, yeah, you know what? I don't really have the thing that gives me the bonus to the anchorage, so it actually might make some sense to go shipyard nuts here. Apparently Halvam doesn't really know what it's supposed to be. But in this case, I'm actually gonna double down on shipyards. This is just gonna allow me to build really big fleets really quickly. Now Yirem, I think one of the big questions I have is that some of these systems I am keeping around sort of as defensive regions more than anything. Let's just take a quick look here. I think what I'm tempted to do though is to actually start expanding out my the number of anchorages. So Eunuch, I still need to figure out what I want to do with that one actually. So some of these ones where I'm definitely going to be keeping these things around. debatable, but let's pretend that I'm going to keep it. Akram. Yeah, this is a bit of a question mark now that the war is over. I'm probably, well, no, you know what? Let's not be a baby about it. Although I don't have a, I don't have the bonus for it yet. Oreb. Oreb is all full up. Yamal? Well, apparently this one's just dedicated to anchorages, so let's let's not stand on ceremony. And let's upgrade you. Or do I want to upgrade it? That's the question. No, I don't. Because they were more precautionary measure against this. So this one's probably going to get dismantled, if I'm completely honest with me. I'm all right, Sungif. I'm taking a little bit longer to get started than I was planning, but that's fine because we're going to have a big exciting opening. Okay. So, my economy's not great, but my economy's being worked on. So we've got debris in an enemy territory. So I guess the real question here, do I have any science ships that I can send to it? And the answer is yes. This one is on an automatic journey, so we will go for the research. Now the real shame here, I think now this lends itself towards the conversation about military measures. In fact, there's one other thing that I want to do here. I am going to assign this an evasive stance, because the last thing I want to do is have this thing get caught in a fight and not be able to do an invasion. So we are 3 points away from forcing a surrender. The real drawback here is that they're gobbling up some of the planets that I did an extended reach for. And then it's very likely, because they were tickling us kind of on our toes here, while I don't see anything, I think it's quite likely that there will be another sort of another invasion that comes up. Now they'll be stopped at Oreb, but it's sort of enough. If you take a look at the score, they're getting 1% on occupation, and they should be able to earn a little bit more. So they're at 28k strength. This is 3.5k strength. So if they, oh no, they don't even need to worry about combining those fleets. But yeah, like they're basically going to be able to get these little incremental hits on me, and I want to try and avoid that if I can. Ah yes, I forgot to check if my construction ship is... Yep, my construction ships are busy doing their thing. Okay, so the essence of the problem is this. For those of you who weren't watching the stream last time, we've got refugees. I believe we have enough jobs for all of the refugees, which is great. Oh, this isn't even my planet, so... Yeah, but Yogrilla Secundus is the destination. Doesn't matter. Okay, so the dilemma is this. When the Great Khan woke up, the Gulfrep Horde is no longer silent. And yes, the Abastar dynasty is getting it in the throat, but Onab is a wormhole that goes into the territory of one of my subsidiaries, and this has not stopped the Great Khan from showing up and deciding to really mess with my day. Now the good news here is that the Great Khan has got 18k fleet strength. The unhinged Screamer flotilla is currently running around with 6k, and the Huss Voidfarers are sitting on 20k. So if these two unite, I am in trouble. If I can catch the Great Khan on his own, we'll be able to inflict a defeat on him. And on top of that, I do have another 7k, which can be added to the fleet in the form of my second Titan. My other Titan is not with my A-team because the A-team was very close to sealing the deal with these guys. So I think the strategy I'm going to employ is this. The fact of the matter is, and this time I am going to, so I marked some of these as inaccessible. I'm going to remove the restriction now because I thought a little bit about my approach here. So when this originally happened, I kind of freaked out. I said, I was like, okay, I know, it doesn't matter what happens to the war. We got to get them back here. This is going to take me 1,200 days. This is simply not happening. And I have a war to win. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to act like we normally would. We're going to move the fleet through and take whatever prizes we can. That also is going to involve moving my troops into place. Now the one drawback here is that there is a system called Bethany, and they currently have 623 troop strength compared to the I think it's like 690. Basically, it is admittedly a very strong army, but it is an army that would be pushed to its limits on this planet, and I'm not entirely sure this is the right call. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to try and put the incremental pain on these regions. I'm going to make kind of an all or nothing bet on getting an early kill on the Khan, and we will, with whatever's left over, we'll clean up in this part of the galaxy. I am reading chat, by the way. So you ditched your ex recently, mostly for laughs made profile on a dating site, and as you were answering questions to nail down the potential partner material, it occurred to you that you could use similar software to participate for you automatically in a direct democracy. Turns out it's not an original idea, like you said, but it seems super interesting. I've actually never quite understood. I'm not necessarily a big direct democracy fan, but I actually haven't understood why there's okay, I understand some of the security implications, but I definitely have wondered why some of the election infrastructure is so old-fashioned. Anyways, so I think what I'm going to do here, my view on this whole fight is that I kind of, I need to close this off as a possibility. And the best I can really hope for right now is for this fleet to bring an end to the war, so at some point I can bring them home to deal with whatever problems the Gulf Rip Horde is bringing about. Sorry, I just need another minute to figure out where I'm going with all of this. Can't do anything about that gateway. I should have another one. I believe I am opening this one up in hopes of... Yeah, so 291 days. I don't think I have any more gateways in my territory. I believe there's an L gate that I can open, but I don't think I need that kind of negativity in my life right now. So yeah, it's really this wormhole in Unatra that's going to get me closer. So yeah, essentially, this, and we've known this forever, right? It's going to be Rowan Hawthorne, descendant, true power prowl. Thank you very much for the host. I don't believe I've had the pleasure. And hello, everybody from the Power Prowl channel. We've sort of known this. The descendant of the great founder, Ebenezer Hawthorne, is currently leading the reserves. The Khan has made themselves present, and if we can catch them in isolation, we can put an end to it. It really depends what happens here. So, by the way, if any of you are coming from that host, make yourselves known. Welcome. Let me know if you have any questions or any statements, but I appreciate you stopping by. So I think what we're going to do here, I'm going to I'm going to make the move a little bit closer. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to see if any nasty stuff comes out of the Markab wormhole. Hey, Karn. I'm going to see if the Voidfarers here are the ones that are going to keep me up at night. They admittedly... I mean, there's an Ancestral Glory class ship, so that's a bit of a worry, but the rest of these are kind of pipsqueaks. And the rest of this, again, if we can, just a nice big hit on Museg will be... Oh, don't worry, I need to get the Khan out of my systems too. But yeah, also, there was one last step that I wanted to do, which was in prep for any losses. Let's get some battleships online. 4 should do. Oh, wow. No, I can live with that. Probably because I'm not going to keep these, but... and obviously we only have so many Titans, so... Alright, let's watch the action.
Station under assault.
And again, the key is going to be to watch the movement. These guys are probably going to be stuck with this particular attack here. I don't know what they do about the Enclave, to be completely honest. But with any luck that they're going to be tied up long enough for me to get a sneaky hit on their boss. Ooh, this was a bad time for me to run into this. Also, why is this still in a deficit? Shareholder weaklings, our warriors are on their way to plunder your systems. Face them in battle if you can muster the courage, or cower in fear until they've had their fill of your riches. You can, of course, offer tribute now to spare yourselves from the coming onslaught. If it is sufficient, our warriors may be compelled to turn back. So in this case, 2,500 minerals is not much, given the fact that I'm earning 755. I wonder if that 119 has now come from... Yeah, you know what? That 119 was because I changed things around on the homeworld. You know what? We'll make this an even 400, but I think I'm going to go into an energy deficit because of that. Okay, so this has fallen. They seem to be doing my job for me, so they're going to Sargus. Which means... Oh, nope, they're heading up here. That's even better news for me. Although that might have some implications in terms of where these guys... No, they're going to be doing an invasion.
Colonial Enterprise upsizing.
So I don't think there's much hope. Obviously, the transport fleet here is going to successfully invade, but I believe we're going to be able to take out the Khan. They're going to be a little too focused on claiming this prize.
Future market survey complete.
I have no idea why the Hythian League just did that, but... Okay, my quarries made their decision.
Competitive station engaged.
Yep, we have a big deficit now, so let's balance things out a little bit. We'll sell... So I'm kind of ignoring these moves here just because in the end I kind of know that I'm going to clobber them over here while the real action is going to be what's happening with the Khan. So just get a verification. These guys are still bombing. These guys are probably going to be building a station. It'd be nice if I could take them out ahead of time, but we'll make sure that the priorities are what they need to be. Alright, tradition time. So, we are going down the supremacy track. I think our original plan was going to be for the Great Game, which will modify my star bases. My alternatives would be the Fleet Logistics Corps, which will reduce the ship upkeep by 10% and the naval capacity by 20%. And alternatively, I can get Master Shipwrights, which will change the build cost and the build speed. So, this is a rather tricky one. What am I looking at as far as some costs to... It's about 40 energy credits. I think we're going to head down to the Great Game because this will actually help me a little bit with the future invasion problems. So in this case here, as we continue to expand, other empires will inevitably challenge our claims, as we would theirs. We are locked in the great game of resources and territory. It is nothing less than our duty to come out on top. Starbase damage increased by 20%, and starbase upgrade costs are reduced by 33%. So that'll be particularly helpful when we come out of this and turn everything into citadels. The Dwalmok Barakshars, oh, so they're coming into Sargus as well. So that's going to be another 10k that gets added to the night. Okay, so we're going to have enough, but I want to make sure that I'm really easy in this attack. Or sorry, I'm really early in this attack. All right, starting off with the Titan. As is tradition, this is a big dramatic battle, so... This balance isn't looking good. But our strength is really solid. As long as the Titan keeps focusing on the capital ship, we should be okay. And if they add another 10k strength, we're also alright. We've unlocked Devastator torpedoes. Advanced torpedoes with very powerful warheads. They have a sleeker design, faster engines, and upgraded shield modulators for slipping through enemy screens. As much as I'd love to do the advanced cruiser hulls, I think I'm going to do the neutronium materials. Okay, so now we're going to focus down the Khan's ship. No, battle's not done. Ram's in good shape, still only number 2. Again, we're only starting to get a little bit of an edge now. And we've definitely lost some ships, but I think it's pretty clear that we're going to come out on top on this, even if their reinforcements arrive. In spite of his vaunted military genius, Museg, the great Khan of the Golferp Horde, has met with defeat in the Sarga system when the armada he was commanding was lost in battle against the forces belonging to Rhizome Capital. The great Khan and his closest officers fled into hyperspace in a small shuttlecraft. Even now, Museg is busy assembling a new armada to resume his conquests, but this victory has brought some much-needed respite to those who oppose the relentless advance of the Golferp Horde. So the Great Khan is not infallible. All right. So here's what we're going to do. First of all, we need to account for our losses. 2 destroyers, 3 corvettes, and a frigate. I don't remember what kind of a frigate it was, though, so... Oh, but I've got 2 of them, so that should I should be able to find out in the B team. Okay, that's like a destroyer. Hey Valken, how's it going? I'm glad you're enjoying Cultist Simulator. Okay, so it's neutral space. I don't want to really go against the 20k or the 10k right now. What I am going to do, though, we're going to park ourselves at this station. We are going to get the Vanquishing Bion Armada and Yuka to meet them at the base. We're going to be rebuilding our capacity as far as a fleet is concerned, and in the meantime, we're going to continue our conquest of this region here. So that's not a bad way for us to start. I am going to have some intermediate term goals in terms of cleaning up the Dwamak Bashers, and particularly the construction ships, just because whenever they sit down, there's a 3.6k starbase that I need to contend with. But again, I got to pick my battles here because the Khan is going to come back, and I need to be ready. I've bought myself enough time to be able to sort of push them back. I didn't, Sungeef, I'm sorry. It looks like the Dwamak Bashers found me. So if they really want to fight... Actually, it looks like we're already committed. So in this particular case, we'll give it to them. And I'm going to turn around instead of... we're going to have some losses, but I'm going to take the opportunity to put the hurt on their infrastructure. Okay, Butcher's Bill. Ooh, that was costly. I'm going to say that's 2 core... wait a minute. Raider. Yeah, so that's basically 3 corvettes, 3 destroyers. So again, this is why I built that extra... words. That's why I built that extra shipyard, was so that we can... Basically, it's going to take me over a year to build a battleship. Now, I've got a big sort of backlog in terms of these things, but I'm like, that's going to be cleared out with these 2, so we're going to build another one. I might even actually knock this one down. But yeah, so in 156 days, we're going to start working on things like destroyers and corvettes to replace what we lost. So because these guys... Ooh, looks like these guys want to fight as well. I'm not actually ready to do that. So we're gonna sneak away and take out their infrastructure. Oh, looks like I don't get a say. This one I'm a little less sure about, to be completely honest.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, we're able to rip through them fast enough, but this is not great. I would normally retreat, except that I think it will be very costly in terms of time, and I know I've got new ships coming online, so... Okay, so this has only got 101 strength defending it. We're good shape there. I'm going to take this world just because it's one that I sort of ignored, and then I'm going to move on to claiming what I can of some precious areas. And again, the whole idea here is just to try and scoop up as much territory as I can to get this war score where it needs to go. Alright, these guys need to get in on the action right away. Alright, so missed my opportunity to take out that that base. Yeah, that's a very high price that I'm paying for these guys. Okay, we're on a deficit for exotic gases. Okay, what are we looking at here? 2 corvettes, 2 cruisers, and a raider. Actually, that's rather surprising that that was so small. So let's say 3 corvettes, 2 cruisers. Ah. Okay, so 2 cruisers, corvettes, 3 corvettes. Okay, so the important thing that I want to keep in mind here now is there's no benefit to me risking any more of my ships. What I want to do is send them to Elathon to heal up first. Then I'm going to send them to Enust. Oh. Yes, we will absolutely have to deal with the Wrath of the Khan. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really focused on this one. Exciting news from our fleet admirals is being broadcast over Rhizome Capital. Our adopted space amoeba, Yuka, has just reached an impressive age of 100 years. Though a grizzled centenarian, it appears that age has proven no impediment to our amoeboid ally. In fact, our fleets report Yuka's presence on the battlefield has only grown more formidable over time. Yuka has become a force even the best equipped battleship would have trouble contending with. Seeing her billowing flagella enter a system never fails to lift the shareholder's spirit. Astounding. Whoa! Okay, that's a new 4.9k ship that I just got. Yuka will defend the territory. Hey, Paxaziliapones. So yeah, what we're going to do here, we're going to repair in a friendly station. At the moment, all that I really need to worry about is them building infrastructure, but that infrastructure is going to have 3.6k, so we're going to be able to wipe it out pretty easily. The Titan will rejoin us. And we're going to basically just turn around
Potential
and
market survey completed.
hurt who we can. I might need to cut a little bit deeper on the minerals because we're really hurting for energy credits.
Starbase under assault.
Where's the assault? I don't see no assault. Oh, it's this one. Hang on. I totally forgot to send my fleet in to invade. That was a curious tactical decision. And these guys... Okay, all these guys are just gonna get wiped out. Gateway reactivated. Our scientists have successfully restored power to the ancient gateway in the Urim system. Despite its age, the device has formed a stable subspace conduit that is fully traversable. The probes we sent through have confirmed that our activation of this gateway has restored power to a second identical device. For now, these two linked gateways are the only ones that are accessible to us, but more inert devices can likely be found elsewhere. In the future, we may even be able to construct entirely new gateways and systems of our choosing. Oba Star Dynasty has completed construction of their gateway to the Tiramis system. I don't think they have. I think I did that for them. But that's fine. If it's the Oba, then what are we looking at here? Yeah, here we go. That might... Nah, it won't really. I was thinking that might give me an opportunity to get home a little bit faster, but I think that's a bit of wishful thinking. Okay, I want to make sure that these guys are all getting together. Okay, heal up. We're still -2. Again, once the fleet comes in, we'll be in good shape.
Upscaling complete.
We're also looking a little bit better energy-wise, but obviously I want to be careful with where that's all going. Looks like these guys are heading back home. I can't say I'm too sad about that. We have reached the end of our agreement, shareholder. We have shipped volatile motes to your worlds for 10 years. Should we continue for another 10, or do you wish to end this arrangement? So in the case of motes, let's continue. The motes must flow. This will cost me 2,500. If I go for break even, it's a 1,000 energy difference. I think we can go for the 5 still. You will not be sorry, unless you consume too much spice, of course. Then there's a small chance that you will spontaneously combust. A very small chance, to be sure. A chonky space amoeba? Okay, I'll explain this. Let me bring up the monitor. Nope, that didn't work. It's not perfect, but basically we've got... First, when we found Yuka, it was a fine boy, and over time moved up, and I believe we are now somewhere between Mega Chonker and Oh Lord He Comin', given that it's at about 5k strength. For a definition of Oh Lord He Comin', one of these is coming after these. Somebody died. Heath Hawthorne. Let's get a new scientist here. Again, we're going to be spending energy credits. I'd rather not, but we'll go for the youngest because we don't really have anything I'd like to keep. So. Okay, so we're in reasonably good shape here. Again, it would be nice to be able to keep some of these, or to put some of these ships in the fleet proper, but I kind of want to focus on some more immediate goals. Namely, clearing these systems of the barbarian presence. I'm probably going to have to play a little catch-up with this, but where are we at? Okay, good news, good news. These are all just me getting more fleet capacity. I am particularly interested in whether or not we can build another Titan. No, only 2. And we're almost done the battleships, so the rest of these should kind of burn down pretty quickly, I think. Okay, good news on the invasion. I mean, it's an entire, it's my entire army against 2 defenders, so I don't think I have too much to worry about there. How you doing, tall man alive? Oh, and my construction ship is currently idle, so let's get you building. Ooh, the Corian Coalition decided to sneak around. I think we're gonna escape and build a starbase instead. Okay, so we just successfully invaded the world. They're 1 away, so I have every confidence we'll be able to pull this off. It's just this one planet here is really the thing keeping me. So right now we're 679, that should be going up over time, but the thing is I really don't want this to be an evenly matched fight. I really want to be taking out the small targets. And my hope was that I would actually have wrapped this up by now, because again, the Khan is going to return and he's going to be really pissed off. Okay. So the Hythian League's giving me a little bit of a hand here. They're stopping the expansion at this end. This is generally good because essentially I'm going to be cleaning these out. Clearly we're still going to have to deal with the fact that there are armies occupying this area. What's going on in Kesso? They don't have a specialist, but we can... Well, actually, I don't think I want to upgrade this. Not right now, anyway. And Paradia's got tech problems because life is a vale of tears. Okay, I gotta start taking advantage of these. So there's gonna be a couple of big reasons I want to do this. So we've got moat harvesting, gas extraction, and crystal mines. So these ones I actually want to start building these out because they're costing me money right now. In this case, we'll start with the exotic gas. But in the case of Paradise, I'm actually willing to go down in terms of the number of science facilities. And on Rhizome Capital, we've got unemployment problems because, again, I destroyed all of my infrastructure like an idiot. And I think that's just going to have to work itself out, unfortunately. Okay, we're still in reasonably good shape. Oh, this is Great Khan Museg of the Goldfrip Horde. My defeat at the hands of Rhizome Capital was a minor setback, nothing more. The shareholders are brave warriors and worthy opponents, but they too will fall before us. The tide of history is sweeping across the galaxy and nothing can stop it. My new armada has been assembled. Excuse me, folks. I'm going to go. I'm going to prepare a GIF for the occasion. It's gonna be a disaster, yeah. No more. All right. A second onslaught approaches. So this one I might want to be a little more cautious in terms of how I do my cleanup duties. We'll see how this one's heading. Okay, so they suck. I'm still going to keep the plan.
Upscaling complete. Building downsized.
Okay, we're okay there. What I want to be a little careful about is getting to a point where the Great Khan pops out of this wormhole and I've got anything less than a perfect fleet. Yeah, no worries, Sungith. Oh lord, he coming. Right there. Alright. We're back to a deficit for energy, unfortunately. It's not a big one though, so I'm going to live with it. Killing all my industry on my capital was a big problem. Oh, but you know what? I got a hell of a lot of food. So we'll knock that one down a little bit. The war is also really messing with my ability to generate an income, so having led the vanquishing Bion Armada to victory in the Eunice system, our Admiral Rowan Hawthorne has grown increasingly confident and now refuses to even contemplate the very notion of retreating from future engagements. That is gonna add some interesting dynamics to the next fight for sure. But it is gonna mean that I'm gonna suffer some pretty heavy losses in the next encounter with the Khan, I think. Okay, science ship. Let's get you searching, and you also searching. Let me just double check that. There's no debris anywhere, right? Right. Yeah, so again, ideal situation would be me finding a world to conquer. But at the moment, so the good news here is that I basically have a bunch of occupation that's just lying on the table. So at this point here, I'm just going to move my fleet into as many of these worlds as I can. I might even wind up skipping this whole northern area, and we might just go straight into these guys' backyard. But one way or the other, like, I just need to... the smartest move that I could do right now would probably be for me to move my fleet in and find the closest way to get back to the home world through that route. Because again, if this defense against the Khan doesn't work, we are going to need a backup plan.
Competitors detected.
28k. I've got a 4.9k amoeba. Does the amoeba have any weapons, or is it just going to crush them? I believe it has little flagella, but you'll see it in action in a little bit. I'll be sure to focus on the excitement. It's a little funny that that's 2.9k. So we didn't lose anything. I am going to focus on taking these guys out. And then I think we'll go to Baskel for some repairs. It also looks like the Khan might be... Nope, these guys are just kicking ass here. Alright, fair enough. Again, they haven't touched any rhizome territory.
Complete.
We've got a buffer zone in the form of my protectorate. Or subsidiary. It'd be great if I could get some eyes on what was going on inside there, but... I have to assume... Oh. Okay, apparently he's only got 18k strength again, so I want to be careful about this. So it looks like there's two fleets. So the Voidfarers are heading to the Jewix system. The Eyes of Sin, 20 months in a row. Thank you deeply. The fact that you are the source of my emotes, as well as just a swell gal overall. It's just a number, but boy oh boy does that number make me feel good. And we've fought Museg once. He's back and he's pissed. I think these two combined fleets might be a little bit more than I can handle. He is heading to Eliathon. Where is that? Oh, dude. Okay, so let's size up the position right now. Ideally, I would get some healing in. Now, these are just destroyers and corvettes that have taken damage. I don't think these guys are going to arrive on time, but we gotta get them in where we can. So they're heading to Eliathon. Let's keep them one system out. So, what are the paths that these guys are going to focus on? They're on the way to Duoix. Okay, so they're actually going to be heading straight through my area here. This means that I kind of want to get out of the way as early as possible. It does mean that these ships are going to be free to do what they want, but honestly, that's not my problem at this point. I want to be focusing on ending this invasion as soon as possible. So I'm going to dodge these guys who are going to the right, and I'm going to possibly intercept the Khan here. If I don't intercept the Khan here, I will meet him at a position where basically this is right at the border of my home territory. Now it's very unlikely that this fleet is going to arrive on time. It's almost going to take them a year, but again, we don't know how long the battle is going to take. So we'll get ourselves into position. It would be nice to get myself up to a little bit higher strength, but we are also unyielding. Rowan Hawthorne did not work his way up in the Admiralty to see Ebenezer's hard work be appropriated at these communists, these parasites, these barbarians. This incredibly dense and strong material can resist firepower that would turn armor made of any other alloy into slag. Okay, so I can get better Titan hull points, but this is pretty costly. I think either the engineering research or the mega cannon. I think I'm gonna go for the mega cannon though. We're definitely gonna be coming out of this with a big fancy new navy. Okay, well these guys are gonna be nibbling away at my hard work. Nothing I can really do to stop that. I'm just gonna send Yuka to go settle all scores. But of course, the big story here is the Chosen of the Great Khan. So they look like they already are on their way. They're likely going to take this out before I can get there. But like I said, we will stop them at the border. Okay, I thought he was bringing friends. I'm like, this changes the dynamic. Oh, we might. Yep, here we go. Let's change the. We gotta make this right. I don't think the last stand's appropriate though. Nope. And this corner, Rowan Hawthorne coming in at skill 3. Sorry. Hello, Melemony. That's 2 Titans.
Upscaling complete.
Hawthorne and the Khan both seek their best positions. They're drawing away the screening ships. Almost got through. And only the galleon remains. I like to imagine that this is Rowan Hawthorne doing a boarding maneuver on the Great Khan's capital ship. Great Khan Musega's death. After his armada met with defeat a second time in the Unist system, the Great Khan made no attempts to escape his flagship when it was destroyed in battle by Rhizome Capital. With their beloved leader gone, a vicious power struggle has erupted in the Goldfrep Horde. The Great Khan's warlords are now fighting each other for control over his empire. It remains to be seen who will emerge on top. So ends the reign of Museg. Alright. What's the butcher's bill? 4 corvettes, a cruiser, raiders, and frigates. I believe those were just level 1s, so that's gonna... we'll say that that's a total of 7 corvettes and a cruiser. Okay. So... we gotta do something a little different here. So the damaged ships will become the Whirling Bion Armada. We're gonna send them to heal right away. The Vanquishing Bion Armada is still 28k strong. So we've got the possibility that these guys will reunite into something nasty. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that that wormhole is cleared out before anything else. So here's the strategy I'm going to employ here. Rowan Hawthorne's now going to do cleanup duty on the remaining horde. Priority number 1 is going to be securing... oh, you know what? We probably won't be able to get that back because they took the planet. Well, we'll make our best effort. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to try and clear these guys out of the systems as much as possible. The 20k one I'm going to hold off on a little bit because, again, they can't actually get the foothold if they don't build this station. So construction ships are the first priority, wormhole second, and then the remaining bases. Now, it is in my interest to make sure as much of this is cleared out as possible, because this is one of my subsidiaries, and so if I mess up on the care and feeding of my subsidiaries, they're not going to be as productive, and they're not going to generate as much money for me as I would normally want them to. I've got hard decisions to make as far as money. We'll knock down another 100. That should get us back in the black. Okay, Blossoming Bion Armada is doing what it needs to. Apparently, we're really close to forcing surrender. I might need to punch him here, but in the meantime, Yuka. Oh Lord, they're coming. Oh my God, look at the size of that thing. Help! Oh no! Even the sound it makes. So yeah, if we can either eliminate their occupation or we just we clear our way through, we'll be okay. I think what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna risk it. Let's see if we can recover some of these lost systems. It's gonna take almost 3 years, so it's pretty unlikely that these armies will get there in time, but I'll give it a shot. So again, the key to this is not just that I'm attacking these corvettes, it's that I'm leaving these guys to heal so that I can turn around and take out these. Actually, this may not be enough. These guys are going to arrive in Eliathan though, and they've got another 9k. Okay, so far,
Future
all
market
according to
survey
plan.
complete.
Okay, that's not great, but we'll be able to work with it still. The Sinrath Church of Prosperity, a mega-church, the Sinrath Church of Prosperity will no longer tolerate corporate intrusions into Sinrath space. All corporate vessels are expected to vacate Sinrath territory immediately. You mind telling me where you guys came from? The Sinrath Church of Prosperity is not for sale, Rhizome Capital. Who are you people? Where did you come from? Neat. So I guess these guys just discovered space? That or maybe they broke off. I don't think that's likely though. Sinrath. I hope I never get to see Sinrath, to be completely honest. So, this is a trickier one. I'm not. Well, you know, with 7k, it's not that far off of what it should be. But these guys are only 90 days away, so I'm gonna hold back on this. Oops, I went a little too fast. The Battle Core. I'm less happy about this, but again, we'll recover it when I can. The thing is right now I've got two directions where I'm gaining new territory. So yes, they're eating my lunch in these systems, but I've got one fleet which is focusing on taking all of these worlds, and then in the meantime, I've got my amoeba recovering these worlds. So I should be in reasonable shape as far as these are concerned. This is a huge danger. I think it's unavoidable that I'm about to get pummeled. Yup. And they have a galleon. I might want to do a retreat here, because this is way too fair of a fight. Well, we softened him up at the start, but...
Upscaling complete.
Yeah, this is going to be expensive. Ouch. We just lost a lot there.
Good business is where you find it.
We lost a battleship. Ooh. Where are my guys? This is such a tough
Upscaling
call.
complete.
The Titan's definitely getting weak. Yeah, there's just too much. I gotta retreat. I really waited way too long on that. Okay, Whirling Bion is 7k. They're not going to be able to take that on. That's a pretty devastating loss, if I'm perfectly honest. It'll give me a chance to restructure my navy, but that hurt. Okay. Transgenic crops. Transgenic crops offer the nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package, and yet we're still lower on food. I think in this case I'm going to go straight for administrative capacity, just so I can get those. I can get some of that energy recovered. How are we on the numbers? Still not where it needs to be. Okay, what are we looking at for losses? 1 Titan, 2 battleships, and a cruiser. Jesus Christ. So, Titan for sure. Actually, are we really still limited to 2? Yep. So, let me take a quick second here and get my papers in order. So right now I've got a capacity of 160. Oh, my pen isn't leaking. Okay, so with 160, my Titan's gonna cost me... It'll say it here. Sorry guys, I'm just going to take a minute to work this out for myself. Oh, actually this is a little bit easier to work with. Got room for 160 right now. Okay. I don't know if I feel good about doing this because the fleet manager never actually quite seems to do what I want. But I want a Titan. Why can't I get a Titan? Okay, they won't let me have a Titan. And this won't let me do the fleet manager. I wish I had a little picture of a Corvette pulling a big Be Right Back. Okay. Here's roughly what I'm thinking about. So let's say new fleet. Why? Can I like not have this fleet? There we go. I'll like clear out these other fleets later, but I hope that okay, so for whatever reason I'm not able to add another okay, I know the reason, but I just think it's a dumb one. So the idea here is I'm going to do 8 battleships, 8 cruisers, 16 destroyers. Oops. 32 corvettes. And that should leave me with 16 for... Oh, hang on. I got that wrong. So that's 6 battleships. So my new fleet design is going to be... okay, well, sorry, that's for the main one. So I'm going to have 2 main fleets, which will each have a Titan. They're going to be supported by 6 battleships, 8 cruisers, 16 destroyers, and 32 corvettes. So essentially that's about 48 screening ships, and then a lot of sort of big ships in the background. And then the idea, if I don't have any other Titans to work with, I'll have 8 battleships just basically raining hell on the enemy. Now, whether or not I actually have all of the the wherewithal for this is going to be part of the sort of the reconstruction period. But for now, I'm gonna work with what I've got here. It sucks that I lost that Titan. That's obviously going to take a really long time to build. But at this point, we know that we're kind of cleaning up after the Great Khan. The rest of the matter has been settled. It's just a matter of deciding how far all of this is really going to go. I suppose in the meantime, I can send these guys off to the Slush Fleet. Yeah, I'll do my best to kick around while you're watching. Ego Karen says you have some stuff to do tomorrow. I'll have a good time zone appropriate thing. Bye, System Chalk. Bye, chat. Have a great one, Ego Karen. I'm sorry I wasn't as good at the interaction today, but we had an empire to save. Okay, let's keep building research. No point in putting that off while a little invasion's going on. Yuka's still going to do her thing. I think at this point, rather than trying to defend down here, we're just going to go on the offensive and take what we can from these systems. Yeah, they're just going to carry on that way. That's a shame, but
complete.
I'll have to live with it. How's everybody else doing on... I just want to take a quick second and review my upgrade options. So yeah, I need to start making some decisions about what I turn into citadels. I'd also like to get my naval capacity up to 320 so that I can support 2 full fleets. And then from there, it's going to be a big stretch to get it to that magical 480, but it's definitely a target worth shooting for, so to speak. Yeah, I think actually I need to make some long-term decisions about where I'm going with the Empire on that. So unfortunately, Kesso doesn't have a lot of options available to it. This is a generator world. Do I just keep it that way though? Because it is pretty good for food. So is this one. Well, you know what? I also need money, so. And we are short on amenities, so as much as it pains me to do it, I am going to build a commercial zone. Kathia. No, Yogrilla. Right, same story. I need specialists. The specialists can't really do much. So there's an argument for me paving this system over. It's not a great one because it is generating 130 energy, but what's the alternative? Well, the alternative would be some alloy foundries, I think, because we're pretty good. So this is not going to be a good farming world. We're pretty good for everything else. And we've already got our military base. So alloys it is. These other for these worlds that have like ridiculous numbers of jobs available, I'm just gonna hold off on those. Yiram, okay, yeah, I kind of knew that this was going to be coming up. Corporate culture sites for everyone, so that we can get that sweet unity. These are behaving roughly like I would have expected them to. I really don't have any good options for the food problem yet. And we're really we're really hurting on the city districts. I think I either need to start I need to seriously consider how I'm going to handle this food problem. Because I'm not sure if this is an infrastructure problem or if this is a... I mean, obviously Paradaya is my #1 candidate for this kind of stuff. But if I change it around now, that's going to be a world of pain. I'll deal with it later. That's a very, very sad number. I mean, we took a lot of them out too, but just... I wasn't thinking. That's really the only... That's really the only explanation.
Upscaling complete.
Oh! We will achieve our war goals. We got that beautiful +1. We admit defeat, but do not think this is anything more than a temporary setback for the United Scythian League. The best possible outcome. So, we've got our second subsidiary. We do have somebody missing in action. The Vale's done its queue. Scythian League has left. I mean, it says they've entered the war, but I'm not actually in a war with them, so... all is well. We're going to send these guys... maybe here. I don't think that will work, though. So the real question here is, how do I get to this wormhole as fast as possible? That'll take 878, 847. That's so fascinating. So what would it take if I went through that wormhole, out to the other side? 847. So it is actually Look at this, 878. This is just me saying, hey, what'll it take me to get there? If I say, hey, I'd like to directly go to the wormhole that connects to this other area, it actually takes me, it's like a more roundabout, the AI is taking more roundabout way. Apparently it's not respecting this wormhole. Interesting, I'll remember that for later. No, I'm just doing the screenshots. I've fallen behind on the Twitter account, but I do want to get back into, I gotta take out this construction ship ahead of time. I do want to, I want to play around a little bit with, let's combine. Oh, get together, you fool. Come together right now. I don't think Rowan's going to be available, though. Yeah. So I could, of course, try and get my revenge, but let's face it, that's not a good idea. We'll just prevent them from expanding. Let's see what we can find on the other end of the wormhole. But yeah, I've been really bad at keeping up to date with the... Oh, well, so much for our efforts to take advantage of the situation. Against all odds, the Gulfrip Horde has managed to weather the turmoil that followed the wake in the wake of the death of the Great Khan. The immediate threat of splintering into different successor states has largely been eliminated with the coronation of a new Khan. For now, this reborn Gulfrip Khanate seems more concerned with the consolidation of the territory it already controls than making new conquests. We will see how long they survive. They are xenophobic militarists. Do not cross the children of the Great Khan. I mean... So I can do business with them. I'm not sure I want to do that, though. I think I would like to turn them into a subject. Sorry, I'm gonna munch on candy. I'm not gonna lie, it's a mighty tempting proposition. But let's, it looks like I've got a lot of decisions to make with my economy right now. So... let's just straight up remove the request to sell so many minerals. Let's bump this up by 30. Let's buy some new moats. Oh, actually, I want 9. 5 exotic gases and 3 rare crystals. I'm going to assume that that's going to be very expensive, but so we're looking at 22 per unit of exotic gases. We're looking at 13 for the crystals, 12 for the moats, only 1 for food. So if I really should be buying, I mean, really what I can do is I can build all the refined goods and just import the raw goods. But I won't worry too much about that. Yeah, I'll live with this. I feel like I need to put a little bit more thought into this. Yeah, this is going to be all about consolidation. So let's get you back to... We'll get these guys back to equity as well. It's basically a big round of upgrades and sort of reconfiguration of fleets. And I particularly want the month to tick over just to see where it distributes all of my workers and to see where my shortfalls are in the economy. Okay. Everything's positive, which is a good start. Rare crystals. Holy God. Whoops. That's why my energy is so high. Okay. So I'm gonna lose a bunch of energy. Yeah, this is really weird. So I'm losing a bunch of energy to what, though? Or I'm not generating it in favor of something else. I don't think it's alloys. So are we losing anything to trade? We are in the Unatra system. And only Yamal is in a position to defend it, which means I'm probably going to have to retool my... Oh, and the Hokja system. So oddly enough, this actually... Oh, hang on. Yeah, for now, it's just gonna stay an outpost. Okay. I think the hangar bay is the right call here. It's a shame, obviously. It'd be nice if I could have the anchorage instead, but it's just one, so I'll live with that. I'd normally want to upgrade it to a citadel at this point, but I'm going to need these for the fleet upgrades. Okay. Akram. Now, Akram should already have some defensive structures, so I'm a little surprised that it's struggling with piracy. So what's the deal? Base protection to Akram offers 34, but there's a total of 72. That's a lot of piracy. I might have to leave this one be, to be completely honest, because I was originally going to get rid of Akram. Is there a planet there, or is it just the fact that I've got a base? Yeah, so I mean, admittedly it is on the border, but of a subsidiary, but like I don't have a lot to fear from these guys. And I mean, if they wanted to invade, they could just come in through here instead. What are they protecting as far as trade? Oh, see. It's a lot of trade.
Research actualized.
Alright, well, more energy credits, so that's nice. Minor improvements to the transmission efficiency adds to a sizable reduction in overall energy loss. Okay, so let's say... I'll go for the shield hit points just because they're cheaper, but I don't feel good about it. So, Rhizome Capital is locked in as far as all of this work is concerned. Yamal... Well, definitely this is not working right now. I'm gonna regret doing this, but so the real dilemma is that I don't have enough energy to support this on 2 worlds. You're kidding. Why does it do this? I just lost so many jobs doing that. Okay. Well, they're next up on the list. See, Gaul's gonna get the same treatment, but this time I'm gonna be smart. I'm gonna build all the city districts to start off with. We've already got the research building. So, yeah, I'm just gonna build another lab. Actually, I don't even need to because we've got the available jobs. Paradaya is in a similar spot. So what I would normally want to do here is build up all of these research facilities, but in this particular case here, Paradaya is much better suited as a farming and resource extraction planet. So we're going to restructure it accordingly. This will probably be one that I pave over into an Ecumenopolis. I'll think about that. Unquestionably, this is one that's getting paved over. So all that I'm really doing here is just taking a quick look at like what resources I have available. This is a good choice for minerals, so I'm not going to mess around too much with that. I'll actually leave a little reminder to myself. Mineral purification plant. Obviously, I'll still do a bunch of research and all of that because this is my research center. This one's probably going to get paved over. I want to be careful about that, actually, because I'm not generating that many minerals right now. You're short on work, but we will get at least a couple from the corporate culture. We'll do a couple more CD districts in the meantime. Revium will be good until they get to level 5. Same story for everyone but these guys. This colony needs a couple districts. Okay, Pytham's filled up with food. But apparently that's not enough. Is there anything I can do to kick food production in the pants? I can build a hydroponics farm, which is not that inspiring. This really turned into a little bit of everything planet, it looks like. Which I'm okay with, though, because it really does generate a lot of everything. The only thing I might do differently is switch out consumer goods into alloy production. But other than that, I'm actually reasonably happy with where this is going. I really do have a lot of housing and amenities from this Paradise Dome. I might consider replacing it, but I'll leave that for another time. Another important question. How many of these farm... Yes, I've got a lot of farm jobs which are not currently being filled. That's important information. Stubnar. Lots of jobs available. Already got a mineral purification hub. Not a lot for me to do here until I get a warning. Only one job available on this world. I've built an energy grid, but I have not actually built jobs for anybody, so... you know what? We're doing max strength for energy grid here. Just fill it up. This is going to be a farm world for sure. Okram. So Okram's in this really awkward position where for some reason I seem to have allocated a lot of mineral work for them, when in reality they're much better served with energy output and farming output. They've got so many jobs that are not being filled right now, though, that I should probably just leave them alone. Halvam is already maxing out farms. Normally I would be hammering them on mineral production, but they've already got 15 jobs available right now, so we'll let that get a little more work. Now, here's an interesting one, because we've actually used up all of the slots. I guess this is going to be focusing on refined goods. Similar story here. You've got 9 jobs available. Excuse me. Your gorilla's only got 3. I think in a perfect world I turn this into an ecumenopolis. Probably can't drop a Ministry of Production yet. Planetary capital needs 40 pops. Also, I'm sorry to do this. I'm going to take a quick second here and make sure that there are no special resources that I'm leaving on the table, just like this. Crystalline caverns. So I can build a crystal mine, but I actually don't have enough jobs available. So we will... Oh, we're already building all those. Okay. Right. Dust caverns. So moat harvesting trap. So the reason I want these ones is that I get the resource without paying the minerals. That's why I'm hunting these down. Okay, so... Oh, wait a minute. We've already got these. Good news. Okay, Rivorum. Portal research area, dimensional portal researcher job. I believe that's already there. Yeah. Okay. Almost done. Paradia's got like 3 resources, so I'm going to need an eye on that. Gaul's good. Yamal's good. Okay. 4 jobs available. Right, we already did that. So these guys need amenities, but it's not for want of me giving them the opportunity. I still need to figure out what I want to do with this world. Yeah, this is a really weak choice that I made this a mining world, but I think I'll probably just fill it full of alloys. Ah yes, the Veil. So many jobs for people to do. More important question, yeah, not all the farmer jobs are being taken up. But build a couple more of those. And we do have a dust desert, which will give me an opportunity for more moat harvesting traps. Now the thing to remember is that I am actually buying moats at the moment. So by building these moat, catchers, whatever you want to call them, that is actually going to help me by reducing. So essentially, every time I build one of those, you can consider that me gaining 11 energy credits. It's one of the best. It's one of the best investments I can make right now. I'd really like to do this upgrade, but I don't think I'm in a position to yet. Dirmius. I might pave this world over. They don't have any jobs available. Oh, but I can make them sing corporate hymns, or I can extract gas. So this will only give 1 job. Okay, so that'll take us up to 7 jobs. I need 10, so 2 more buildings. And Kesso is a pain in the ass. I just need to wait for them to grow, and I'll get an opportunity for another specialist job. Okay, that's the economy dealt with for the next little while. I want to focus on these bases where I can, but now is not the best time. What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to focus on building all this infrastructure, because this also will help me in terms of in terms of getting resources, especially things like the mines and whatnot. I'm going to head back to Equity. It's also worth remembering I do have the opportunity to explore an L gate, but I want to make sure I have all my ships together and like we're ready to deal with whatever the hell comes out on the other end. So I'm holding off on all of that business. And I actually think we're ready to unpause again. These guys are going to come back in 12 days. And again, we'll be able to do our upgrades and our, you know, all our fancy business. Let's just make sure that... Okay, yeah, so these guys are home. Once all this is said and done, I'm gonna start kicking out one of the Titan. Oh wait, I don't need to kick out a Titan because they're already structured. Okay, so one Titan. Let me just get these notes that I wrote before. So 6 battleships. Crap. You know what? I'm just gonna knock out everything I don't already have. So let's start by upgrading. We no longer see any reason to keep you locked out of our territory. Our borders are open to you again. Very nice former oppressors. Would-be oppressors. Okay, so I'm bleeding energy and I'm in a bad spot as far as... Where the hell is all this production going? It can't be research. Very well maybe research. You know, it's probably just the fact I've built so many colonies. Okay, so I've got a surplus of exotic gases, so we'll knock that down by 2. I need to find something that I can sell, but I don't really want to sell any of this stuff.
A system has been surveyed. Research
I'm gonna risk
actualized.
what I've got right now. Mega Cannon, an enormous mass accelerator that can only be placed in a spinal mount and fires monstrously powerful rounds over vast distances. I think I'm probably gonna cancel my upgrades just so that I can get me one. You know what? It doesn't matter. Okay, so these guys are healed up.
Upscaling complete.
Again, I'm just kind of knocking down as many of the ships as I can. Hang on. Do I really have no Titans now? That doesn't make any sense. This is why I don't use the... This is why I don't use the fleet manager all that much. Okay, so in the area we've only got 16k as far as strength is concerned, although we'll get another batch once these guys show up. We'll unite them, we'll do the whole song and dance, and then we'll try and fill in the gaps where I can. Okay, this guy's idle, so we'll build up the stations. I'm gonna start prioritizing energy if I can. So this is a great example of a little cluster that I'm gonna go pick up.
Upscaling complete. Upscaling complete. Upscaling complete.
Just trying to think in terms of where else I might be gaining, or might be able to gain some energy credits. I think one of the biggest sources of of savings is going to be from parking my fleets
Upscaling
where they need to
complete.
go. I also have a feeling that we're going to get a little bit of relief once my worlds start sort of restoring their balance in terms of overall production. What I also need to consider is I've got 17 starbase capacity at the moment, so I do need to come up with a slightly more meaningful network of stations. I've kind of held off doing it because I've built so many colonies, and obviously that's causing me some troubles as far as food is concerned. And that'll eventually settle itself out, but whether or not I go bankrupt in the meantime is another question. But, I mean, it is worth remembering, like, overall, with our, given the fact that we were sort of staring down invasion, this is not a terrible outcome. What I might even wind up doing is another subjugation war, just because I think this will be pretty straightforward to win. We've got okay, so no defenses on that world. No defenses on that world. We can't see this one, but like in effect, we've got a total of 4 worlds to invade, and at the moment it doesn't really seem that a lot of them are defended.
Potential market survey completed.
Oh, hang on, New Grolfrup Khanate. Yeah, I mean, it says these guys are pathetic, but that's a pretty meaningful navy. Esteemed Chief Executive Officer Hazel Bloom, a decade ago, Rhizome Capital pledged to support the artisan troop, and so you have. Time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask, would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? It is a deal. We are really going to be hurting for this. I might need to start selling the silverware to pay for some of this off, actually.
Potential market survey completed.
Are these guys? It's a little tempting to just ignore the upgrade.
Upscaling complete.
I hate that I'm doing this, but... So... I am going to merge them, and then I'll do the upgrade. I feel a little dirty doing that, but... had to be done. And of course, the real question is if there's 2 Titans in this fleet now. Because the game's saying I have 2 Titans. Oh no, I'm building it. Okay. That makes a little more sense. Actually, here's some things that I can do. Eunuch right now has a bunch of defensive platforms, and there's no reason for that. So we can get a little bit of savings as far as...
Upscaling complete.
Okay, Oreb, is that a similar story here? Yeah, Oreb doesn't really need these defensive platforms either. Zaska says, you just had your first playthrough wrecked by some holy defenders in the year 2045 by accidentally taking one of their worlds. You'd been 1 out of 10 as far as you? I mean, the first time I found out about that mechanic was settling the Holy Warriors worlds. It's actually the big reason I haven't taken this dark matter system, because we're sitting next to some racists. So the Vonokan Shard are militant isolationists, and while their economic power is waning, they certainly have more than enough to cause me some
Upscaling
very
complete.
bad days. So The most tempting thing, I think, would be to build a base here and see if I can upgrade it to a point that I could get an ion cannon and just smoke them out of the sky like that. But, I mean, that's a pretty optimistic little strategy there. I'm gonna pull back a little bit on my imports just to try and take some of the pressure off the economy. And I'll keep the crystals where they're at because I would like to get a surplus of these things. If I'm desperate, I can start selling some of my other resources, but I really want to avoid that if I can. Okay. And again, the important thing to remember here is that I am focusing my expansion efforts onto systems that are going to be generating some energy, so we've got a few different directions through which these will be handled. One of the things I'm kind of tempted now that Mirak is down, I might start building some star bases on things like Stebnar, just so that I can take advantage of the trade. That'll be another way that I can get some income. But again, it is very tempting knowing that I've got 7 star bases available to me. It'd be nice to sort of see the full extent of the Empire once I do all this expansion here, just to get an idea in terms of what the trade patterns are going to look like. Get Hawthorne on the case. You heard rumors that he's invincible. Well, remember it's the Hawthorne family. You can't just attribute godlike powers to one Hawthorne. It's a family affair. Oh, do I have both? Okay, both fleets are at equity. Good news. I think in the interests of harmony, I'm actually going to move the main fleet to Halvam. It's because I've also got 3 naval bases there, and then we can do an upgrade and we can build our ways to victory. That means the Titan's going to have to move as well, but that's life. Okay, what can I do with the fleet manager? I genuinely don't get why it thinks I don't have a Titan.
Research actualized.
I would never want to belong to
Thank you very much for that follow. I'm glad I've made a good first impression. So I think what I'm just going to do here, we'll let these guys upgrade. We'll figure out whatever the hell this means. Oh, of course, they're upgrading, so it won't let me. Apparently, I ignored my engineering research. Okay. I don't really need the defense platform points. Kinetic artillery's most tempting. Well, that or the engineering research, because that's going to be a huge shot in the arm. It's actually the only one that we don't have 2k of at the moment. But I am currently in an upgrading pattern, so I think taking the time to get these numbers right is better.
Future market survey complete.
Okay. I'm kind of ignoring those events just because it's... they're nice to haves, don't get me wrong, but they're on autopilot. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Also, if I thought I was going to get by...
Upscaling complete.
If I thought I was going to get by with keeping ships in port, I was sorely mistaken. These things are definitely not gonna pay for themselves. And I'm going to have some bills coming due soon. But fortunately, I only have 3 more city districts, and then we'll be able to pave the world over. So that's good news there. Okay. The real question now is, the Quarian Coalition guarantee the independent... Oh, Jesus Christ. So they're going to want... This is going to be a really interesting one. So... they're guaranteeing the independence of these guys. So essentially, I'm going to wind up going to war with these guys yet again over that issue. The good news, though, is that these guys are absolute pushovers. I don't even know if I would want to waste a second fleet. Oh, I should be paying attention to my naval capacity. I don't actually have enough to sustain 2 full fleets. I asleep at the wheel. Okay, this really is the moment of truth here. So what are we looking at for trade protection? I can live with this. I think the only question at this point is there a trade hub that I want? No. What's the trade protection like? It's everything I could want. I'm not even going to ask about it. So... anchorages for days. After that, Black Site seems like a good choice. Maybe a command center, but I'll probably go for the Naval Logistics Office first. Okay, Python. Kind of a similar story going on here. I think we've already built so much into it that we'll seal the deal and call it a proper anchorage. And I need to make a final decision, so we can put more defensive platforms, we can increase the ship firing rate, or I could put a resource silo on it, which is not the most exciting thing in the world, but sometimes necessary. Okay, so similar question with Eunuch. Do I want to keep some kind of a defensive position in between these areas, or do I come clean and say that I can come up with better uses for these sorts of things? To be completely honest with you, I think I'd actually rather just take advantage of some of the existing positions. Okay, so here's, I think, the way I'm going to handle this right now. Things that used to be like big bases, if you're on the table now, I keep you. That got the piracy under check, so that's good news. Do I have piracy anywhere else? Not at the moment. I will assume that... So this is generally the good news for me, is that piracy is largely in check. So my focus at the moment is going to be about getting my fleet cap where it needs to be. Looks like we've got everybody locked down who needs to be, and I can upgrade everybody to Citadels, but there's a question as to whether or not that's the thing I want to do right now, because it's going to cost me 25k to upgrade these guys. Yeah, so I think I'll live with that right now. We're probably going to have a big war coming up fairly soon. Mart Forg, how are you doing? So the real question is, do I go for the L gate right away? I think that's probably the more appealing of the two options. The Khanate still has strength. So I think probably the way I want to handle this right now, I'll get my fleets in order. We'll see what's in the L gate, because I've kind of got everybody in position to do that. And then, so like if something horrible happens, what are we looking at here? Well, we've got an L gate here. Got an L gate in the Howling Vortex, so that's nearby. The Pathoben Vortex, which might wind up going into the Fallen Empire, but let's not assume. But yeah, everything scary is going to be coming from this direction. And I mean, some stuff that'll happen in rival empires, but not my problem. I'm doing all right. Just trying to figure out what my next few steps are going to be. So yeah, step number one, let's get our navy back to where it is. Hopefully the economy on track too, but that's I'm almost tempted at this point to just keep the fleets running around. Okay, we've got buying too many of a few things now. back to a deficit on consumer goods, but I can handle that. Okay, this is balanced
Potential
out to where it
market
needs to
survey
be.
completed.
Now, we closed off branch offices for a while. Let's just get this where it needs to be. I think we're going to still focus on consumer goods. Obviously, we're only in a small deficit right now, but my main aim here is just to make sure that we're kind of covered for the next few rounds. And again, the idea is if I can ship a lot of that production off to other worlds, I can focus more. I can focus my resources on other initiatives. And again, if I can avoid buying some of these goods, I'll be happy. Also, it's important to remember, if I want to improve my income, I can start opening offices on my new subject. Now, I'm not going to do that quite yet. The reason for that, that's going to cost energy, and that's going to cost influence. And at the moment, both of those are precious. The main thing I want to do is start... so I want to get some self-sufficiency as far as my food supply is concerned. I'd like to get my energy... I mean, there used to be a day where I was making 1k a turn as far as energy credits were concerned. You're upgrading, right? So are these guys. So the name of the game here is basically going to be to try and get us back to the former glory before the war started. Part of that's going to involve paving over all of my worlds. Kesso now has... Okay, so apparently this guy's decayed into a worker. So notice this is different from the other building. This one actually takes minerals and turns it into gas. I'm going to try and take advantage of my existing resources before I do anything there. It is tempting to turn this into another paved over planet. So if I were to do that, what would I want to focus on here? I don't necessarily really have to go for... Yeah, this is the real dilemma. Like, it's one thing to say I'm paving it over, but to what end? Like, am I going to build more... am I going to build more research? Am I going to build more... more alloys. For the meantime, let's go for a military academy, which is kind of a weak choice. So that's going to give me one more job. That'll take us up to 17, and we'll build 2 more housing districts. What I might wind up doing is replacing this mining district and paving the world over, but that should take care of Kesso. Let's just take a quick minute here and make sure everybody's where they need to be. We've got 5 jobs available for 6 pops, so that'll take us to the next level. 24, good news. 2 jobs available for 33, so I need to start making some decisions about what I want to do here. This is one that I could strip out the mining and replace it with buildings to be completely on it, or replace it with... This might be another world that gets paved over. In the meantime, do I want to do another upgrade? So that'll give me 3 more jobs that will take me to the next tier. I'll pull the trigger on it. 7 jobs, so we're covered for the next little while. I'm reasonably happy with this kind of a stockpile. I think this is a reasonable use of a mining world. Again, at this point I want to start using the capacity that I have, so only thing I might do differently would be to pull out one of these city districts in favor of a generator district, but this is going to take us up to 40. We're going to be able to upgrade to a planetary capital and such. It's a little dicey, but I mean, there's a few things that I could do. I could upgrade to a holo theater. I could... Actually, I've already been going pretty hard on the entertainment. Thought there was something to augment Unity, but I might be going batty. Yeah, I'll hold off on that. This is one that's a prime candidate for some development. Again, 12 jobs, not even going to pay attention to that. 28, 6. But that's been because I've been focusing on food, so we know what's going to happen there. Capella's got so many more jobs. Oh yeah, but they're already building energy, so good news there. Similar stories. I mean, again, I've just got so much slack in the economy right now. Because I didn't plan. Essentially, I just stopped planning once the invasion came. It's actually really tempting here to just fill out these buildings whenever I see that much space available. These guys, corporate culture site is kind of my default choice for a lot of these worlds. This is really what I was looking for. This is... right, moat harvesting traps. So I'm going to have to remember that for next pass. I mean, 8-5, it'd be nice if I could get some amenities for this place, but I don't think that's going to be happening. This is something that I usually want to keep an eye on, so... this will be a science world, but that doesn't mean that I can't use it for its, you know, its natural strengths, which in this case is going to be some mining. This is definitely a world that's going to get paved over. These guys have got more than enough work available. That's actually true for all of these worlds. Okay, so I know that was a little tedious to watch. Oop. We can definitely get rid of the ruins.
Upscaling complete. Upscaling complete.
Okay, so we'll get these guys to build their stations. These guys are almost home, which is good news. Olive Oak is a good name for that one, given the color that they are. I'm glad you like... I mean, I didn't choose it. It's something that the game sort of already imposed. Just to give you guys a quick idea in terms of how I can solve some of my money problems. Yogrilla, Stebnar, those are probably my two... So these are like natural locations for me to build some... So here's the general plan that I have for building some infrastructure as far as defensive positions. One in the Faranis Black Hole, because of the L Gate. I want to make sure that I put some platforms on Yiram. Oh, that's right. So I may want to reconsider the fact that I'm not defending Hokaja, because there is that wormhole in Markab. Anyway, so the idea here is that every entryway will get sort of a defensive structure.
Upscaling complete.
So at some point I'm probably going to race these guys to... I mean, Hawkrai, if I can make it. It's probably unlikely. I think Rizor is a great place for me to put a base. That just stops the AI from moving in there. So yeah, I think probably one base in Rizor. Some base at Hawkrai. And, you know, an equivalent, you know, basically whatever equivalent bases to closing these off. I don't actually need to worry about my southern area, and that's just because, like, if the Fallen Empire wakes up, I'm either going to have to decide to bend the knee or, you know, get run over. Okay, actually, let me count this. So 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6. So after those 6, I get 2 more. Okay, so I technically get 2 more, and then I need to worry about this L gate as well.
Upscaling complete.
But that's fine, because I've also been holding off on opportunities to build more bases as well. Okay, we got our administrative efficiency. That should be a nice shot in the arm for our Empire Sprawl penalty. Now I'm going to give that up in the form of, colonizing all of, or expanding out to all these other areas as well. But overall, a nice little bit of relief. I'm also going to try and pull back a little bit on my resource consumption if I can. Restructuring the managerial web linking core worlds to the capital can help alleviate the administrative stressors and information choke points that frequently arise within a budding empire. So, it is very tempting to go for the bonus food. I can improve my leader lifespans, I can improve my fleet command limits. Let's go for the food. Is that really that big? Jesus Christ.
Skilled. Research actualized.
The basic mechanics of ship shields are complex, but they can be adjusted and improved in a multitude of ways. So, it is kind of tempting to go for the extra energy credits, but I kind of have a feeling that this is just going to be going on forever. So at this point, let's go for, we're going to go back to a strategy of the cheapest one.
A system has been surveyed.
Yes, 0 ships.
Research
well
actualized.
played, Stellaris. Kinetic battery, an even more powerful long-range ship-based artillery cannon equipped with a new barrel and upgraded fire control computer. So, similar story. I'm not quite ready to go for anything spooky like this, so let's just go for the cruiser hulls. Usual story, make ships stronger if I can. The agreement that we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it for another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? We will extend. Again, we're short on money, so I want to be a little bit careful where I'm spending all this, but that is a good deal. This is going to take a while to upgrade, so it's a pity, but it's something we need to do, so it's Now the real kick in the teeth here is that we're almost done with these city districts, but I'm not generating enough minerals to I mean, there used to be a time where we're generating a lot more. So just overall, I've kind of let myself down as far as holy
Upscaling
smokes.
complete.
Really let myself down as far as production is concerned. Okay, ship build speed reduced by 10, or ship. Okay, we definitely need to reduce our ship upkeep. So. The future of this galaxy belongs to those who are strong enough to seize it. Supremacy... with ships often deployed across vast interstellar distances, a dedicated logistics core is needed to make things run smoothly. So obviously the upkeep is a big bonus, but the naval capacity will also be nice for making sure I don't go over the cap. Welcome back, Melemony. Enjoy your dinner. I mean, we'll finish one round of upgrades just to turn around and... Oh, are these all done? Yeah, it looks like they are. Okay, well, we'll at least combine the fleet into what I want it to be. Let's see what the fleet manager says this is. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we've got a Titan, battleship. So I just want to take a look at my little instruction sheet for myself. Cruisers, I want 8. Okay, so I've got one too many cruisers. Destroyers, I need 16 of them. So I'm a little too short on that. Now, as far as corvettes are concerned, I don't understand what... Oh, because this needs to be upgraded. Okay, so normally this would be 32 corvettes, but I'm going to add 30 in this case. So we'll say that's 10. Wait. Okay, well, clearly I messed something up. So we're just going to go through the cycle again. We'll upgrade everything before I start filling out the roles. Oh, that's right. I also need to start kicking some things out. We'll wait till the upgrades are done. Well, the Empire, I can't remember if you were there to see the end of the Great Khan, but in this case they have fallen. They're now the new Grolfrip Khanate. Not a whole lot to really say for themselves at the moment. They do have a kick-ass navy left over from last time, but I'm sort of at the moment where we've balanced the economy, but we're not really in a state where I can be too happy. I'm just I'm back at the point where I'm repairing my ships and roughly getting things ready for the next sort of set of battles. But yeah, at this point I'm
A system has
I'm
been
getting back
surveyed.
on my feet, and we're trying to get our ships in some semblance of order. What are we looking at for the queue? It could be worse. I mean, these things are running through pretty quickly. I'm really sorry about the quality tonight,
Upscaling
by the way,
complete.
guys. I don't know what's going on here, but like my frame rate's dropping to like 44 frames a
Potential market
second, and
survey
I'm also
completed.
getting a bunch of dropped frames. Like I have 10,000 dropped frames from tonight, so I think there's something going on my computer to get in the way of the stream I would want to give. But I hope that hasn't been too distracting. Again, just taking advantage of some low-hanging fruit as far as energy is concerned. I might even go so far as to take fact.
Upscaling
That'll
complete.
go- I mean, these guys are an enemy, but... Okay, well, I mean, the upload frame rate is definitely a Twitch thing. I can say on my side, though, like, I'm definitely experiencing... Like, I've got my frame counter up here. Normally this thing runs at 144 frames. I've been averaging about 60 to 70, so it's definitely... there's definitely something screwy happening on my end. I probably just need to do a reset. I don't know if I've been articulating sort of the plan and the strategy that well over this game. Oh, we've allowed you to move freely in our territory for too long. Today we draw the line. I guess me giving them one of my citizens doesn't win me that much friendship. I really should be using some of this to build up my my defensive positions. But in this case, I'm going to build 2 more battleships for them.
Upscaling
Can I support
complete.
3 Titans now? That's exciting. Oh, hang on. Yeah, okay. 6 is good. So these guys also have too many cruisers. Also too many destroyers. Nope, only one too many destroyers. Exactly the right number of corvettes. So again, we'll have to kick some people out, but I think we'll be in good shape. Oh, that's good to hear, Melemony. I don't really feel like there's that much that's been going on, but I'm certainly not gonna complain about people enjoying something like that. An election's coming up. Okay. So who do we have? Hazel Bloom will do the scientific Great Leap Forward. Iris Life will do expansionist overtures. Olive Oak also expansionist overtures, and Iris Garland scientific leap. So it'd be nice if Hazel Bloom was re-elected, but I will abstain, and we get Iris Light. Okay, not great. So I believe Akram will need a new governor, or not. Looks like Hazel Bloom was assigned instead. Yeah, well, I guess any activity is noticeable at this point.
Research actualized.
So one thing I was meaning to mention, I don't know the best way for me to bring it up, but oh, you know what? I actually underestimated the number of wormholes that I need to contend with. I'll figure out how to deal with that a little bit later. This weekend, I got sucked into a game which I'd been meaning to play for a while. So have any of you heard of Command Air Naval... Wait, Command Naval Air Operations? The latest generation of cruiser hulls have optimized structural integrity fields and improved bulkheads. I think engineering research is I've been holding that off for so long.
Upscaling complete.
Mining stations first, then Starbase. We're gonna kind of carry on with that pattern for a while.
Ships upscaled.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a fact of life for a while. Alright, so this has now been knocked up to the top. Now, we do have enough influence, we don't have enough minerals. If I want, I can try and buy them, but at this point, I'm kind of happy to let nature take its course. Okay, so the Blossoming Vine Armada's got what it needs. The hell is going on here? Why? Oh, wait a minute. No, they're upgrading. I actually don't know where all these corvettes are coming from. Admiral Daisy Bloom has died at the age of 144. Well, that's fine. I'm gonna hold off on recruiting them again. Okay, so these guys really want to go to the Vanquishing Bion Armada. Why, though? 30 wanted. Did I accidentally hit some kind of, like, fill me up with upgrades? Yeah, I definitely didn't want those corvettes. That's fine. I'll live with it. Like I said, if I'm in a position now where I can build another Titan, I'm gonna want to start working on my third primary fleet. In this case, I'm gonna move it over. So I think here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to get this in shape. So I want 32 corvettes, which means I'm going to kick out. I'm going to kick out 2 of them. I need 16 destroyers, so I need to kick out 1 of those. Eight cruisers, so we need to kick out 2 of those. Now again, I'm not going to throw them away. We'll have other uses for them. But this is just to try and balance things out in anticipation of the... Okay. This is the blossoming. Jesus Christ. This is just so I can keep track of everything. Okay, so new Titan, cancel the Corvette, there's no need for that. So these guys I'm going to merge into a new fleet. Actually, I'm going to send them over... Nah, I'm going to send them to... I'm going to send them to Equity. These guys I'm going to get to upgrade because, again, this is just my life now. Everything's going to be upgrading all the time. And then... How are we on my main fleet? This is a slightly more difficult one for me because... Where are we? Okay, so I was happy with 16 destroyers. We've got 2 raiders. We're 24 of 30, so we're 26. Why is this weird? Okay, so we've got a Titan, we've got 6 battleships, 8 cruisers. I'm short 6 destroyers. But I'm at my command limit. That does not make any sense. And the game agrees with me. So, I also have 1 too many cruisers, but I'm upgrading, so I'm just gonna leave that be. My amoeba? He's a cutie.
Potential market survey completed.
His name's Yuka. I must have... I don't know where the hell all these things are coming from, but it's really annoying. Oh, okay, all my edicts are done. I don't think I can afford to do the education and recycling campaigns at the moment, so... It's even tempting to do the research grants, but at this point I've just got such an absolute advantage. I'm going to hold off. We're going to learn a little bit of austerity while we wait for all this.
Upscaling complete. Upscaling complete.
Okay, so let's combine these guys.
Complete.
The first Bion... I'll send him to Equity. We'll get it all sorted out eventually. Who else is dead? Chief Executive Officer Iris Light has died at the age of 133. New election. Olive Oak, Hazelbloom, Flora Hawthorne, or Rowan Life. Again, I don't want to spend this influence if I don't have to. And our new CEO is Hazelbloom. Previously governor on Okram Prime is the next ruler. Good, nice bonus to research speed, which we kind of need. And I will hire a new leader for Okram. I'd like it to be an intellectual. It's actually tempting to do this just so I have someone in reserve. They're reasonably young too. Yeah, they're my second youngest option. And yeah, we'll do that. And apparently we're short on consumer goods again.
Future market survey complete. Ships upscaled.
Okay, is this an actual, like, we're done upgrade? Doesn't look like it, but it does give me a chance to take stock. Okay, so we're definitely gonna kick. No! God damn it! That's where I went wrong. Okay, I'm okay with these. Transfer. So, I have one too many cruisers. I cannot believe it's taken me this long to figure out. So I've got my Titan. I've got my 6 battleships, I've got my 8 cruisers, I've got 10 of 16 destroyers, I have 26 of the corvettes that I need. Okay. So I'm going to do this in parts. The Titan needs to go to Halvam. Just gonna put the cruiser off to the side with Yuka. The fleet that's on its way. Okay, so Burgeoning Bion doesn't have things that I need. The Flourishing Bion is on it. That does have things that I need. These are cruisers and corvettes, so the corvettes will be helpful. Cruisers less so. So yeah, we'll get these guys to equity, more corvettes. So it's clear that I don't have destroyers coming when I need them. So we will build 6 destroyers. We will build 4 destroyers. 5 destroyers. I'm shocked that this consumer goods is negative after all the infrastructure that I built for that. Three, 4, 5, 6. Good news. So I'm going to count the raiders as corvettes that I need.
Complete.
Okay. So I've got an idle construction ship. Again, pretty easy to see. Oh, the Frubralav civilization encountered. We've detected the presence of a pre-space civilization on Pozuno 4 in the Pozuno system. They are in an early industrial age with electricity and internal combustion engines gradually coming into widespread use. We should consider building an observation post above the world to study them more closely. Now, of course, the challenge is that I don't have access to any of this stuff. So, in the meantime, I'm just going to stick to my knitting and build mining stations where I can. Thrad is going to be sort of my natural break point for my expansion out here, just because it gives me a nice 9 energy. Obviously, that's probably split over multiple planets. 4-2. Oh, 4-3-2. It could be worse. 4 and 3 is definitely a nice pairing. Okay, that's the Titan. I'm splitting these out this way just to keep my, just to keep it clear in my head. I will put these things in dock as soon as I can manage.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, these are cruisers, destroyers, and corvettes. So, again, usual story. Kick out the cruisers. I don't think we need the corvettes either. So... definitely need the destroyer. We actually have 20... oh, crap. Alien megastructure built. The Democratic Panaxia Union. So that's one of these guys. Where did they... oh. Wait, really? No, it's these guys. Oh. Well, that's exciting. How strong is that? Well, we demolished that, so... well, I don't really need to worry about the fight, but that'll actually make the next war a lot easier. Because if you think about it, so next time I go to war with these guys, I'm able to go through Yiram, take Rosken. There's not really anything I need to worry about in these systems here. I mean, hopefully my subject will just start eating them up, and I can start claiming all of these worlds. I mean, this is the neat thing. I've spent so much time building for a two-fleet, kind of a two-fleet solution that a lot of the situations I'm going to find myself in are not actually ones where I need to worry about that. So I'm still trying to keep track of everything that I need. So apparently I do need these corvettes. I was apparently wrong about that. So we're sitting on 25, so I need 5 more corvettes. We'll get them in orbit. You still need to follow the big guy.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, so we're 2730, 2829. And they can't merge because the command limit... I screwed something up again. Okay, now I've got too many destroyers because I'm good at math, apparently. Yeah, no worries. So making her Squirtle, I will say, I am going with the AI's ship designs, but I can give you at least how I think about it to try and, I don't know, put your mind at ease, for lack of a better a better phrase. I'm just going to take a quick minute here and see where I'm at. Okay, so I've got one Corvette I need to make. That takes care of this group. This will be my next batch of warriors. And I will definitely get to your question. I'm kind of on a roll in terms of getting this stuff figured out finally. So 6 battleships, I got a Titan on the way, 8 cruisers, 16 destroyers, 32 corvettes. Holy smokes, I actually pulled this one off. Yeah, and I'm going to completely ignore the fleet designer because it makes me sad. Okay, so I'm sure you've probably... Okay, actually, so two things. My kind of court of appeal is the Stellaris wiki, which is available inside the game. So if you've never clicked it, the help key, or I believe it's Alt-B, or it says it right here. Yeah. Yes. This is kind of where I go to figure stuff out. What you've probably noticed a little bit like other 4X style space games, it's a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors game in terms of how the weapons work. So one of the things that I like to do where I can is start by taking a look at my potential enemies. So for instance, the new Gulpfer Khanate has got 12k in terms of strength. Their strongest ship is the Ancestral Glory class galleon, and it's kind of full of a bunch of things that will make me very sad. It's got one... I can't remember what G class means offhand, but like in this case it's got a little bit of everything. It's got Ripper autocannons, antimatter missiles, it's got a lot of railguns, it's got a lot of lasers, and then it's got flak batteries to deal with incoming missiles. What's noticeable is that it's got level 3 armor and shields, but notice it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 armor versus 1, 2, 3, 4 shields, which means that if I want to focus on the majority of defense for this particular beast, I'm going to want things that melt armor over shields. In the grand scheme of things, right? This is just playing the odds, which is that once we're able to get through these shields, the faster I can melt armor, the happier I'm going to be. Of course, it is worth mentioning that there's the regenerative hull tissue, but that's more about regen. Like, that's not really practical for the purposes of this discussion. Now, obviously, this is not just a capital ship. I might want to take a couple of looks at at some of its smaller. So the majority of things that are going to be moving in on my ships are going to have Ripper autocannons, which are kinetic, and it tells you right here that it's bonuses towards shield damage, but a very heavy penalty towards armor damage, and then it does do a little bit extra towards hulls. Maybe we'll move up and take a look at what frigates look like. Well, frigates, large railgun, again, bonuses towards shields, negatives towards armor, but they sort of compensate by having a couple of small lasers. Now, again, just taking a look at the average damage of these things, average damage 361 versus the average damage of 2282. If I want to play the odds, I still want to focus on the fact that these are kinetic. And it makes sense, right? These guys used to be marauders, so it kind of makes sense that these things are generally more focused towards kinetic weaponry more than anything. And if I felt that these guys were going to be a particularly difficult fight, it is of course worth mentioning that I'm sort of a hyperpower at this point. Even the militant isolationists, I'm starting to get equivalent, strength with. In reality, their fleets could crush me, but I am slowly getting towards this point where I'm going to be able to throw my weight around. Thank you, Mojo Storm. So, one of the things for me is I don't really need to worry about ship design when I overwhelm my enemies. But let's take a quick look at what we're going at. So the thing for me is if ever I start mucking around with ship designs, I have a bit of a goal in mind, which is like, okay, if I'm gonna be primarily going up against the, you know, the Khanate, the former Khanate, and the new Khanate, if I am most worried about them, then I want to perhaps prioritize the sorts of things that will mitigate their primary source of damage, which is kinetic weapons, for majority of cases. It is worth mentioning, of course, that, you know, these guys are now guaranteeing their independence, but the fact of the matter is like, you know, they've got a total of 5k. Like, my amoeba is almost able to single-handedly take them out. So realistically, I'd want to be focusing on these. For the sake of the argument, though, you know, their cruiser, it's got, again, heavy armor and hull damage. It does have the ion disruptors, so there is a little variety inside here. This is going to be helping with shield and armor penetration. And then if we focus again on the corvettes, it's a little bit of everything, right? It's anti-missile, but this tends to be... It's kind of like kinetic and kinetic-like, almost. The plasma thrower tends to have very similar properties to... Oh, actually, no, sorry, they're opposites. This thing's good on shields, this thing's good on armor. I totally went out to lunch there a little bit. So these things have a little bit more balance, right? But the thing is that, like, I don't know, if they've got 5k strength, let's just take a quick look at my fleet, like... Surely I can get some kind of a... Nonsense. My battleships are definitely worth more than 27k strength. I mean, okay, so I need one Titan to show up, and I can take on every single one of their ships. So clearly, if I'm going to be focusing on military threats for a war to take over the new, the Khanate, I'm going to be wanting to focus on these kinetic throwing guys on their own. So anyways, you wanted to talk about the ship designs, so... Corvette's always the easiest thing. Now, this is what the AI picked, and the AI sort of seems to be saying, I want a little bit of everything. So it got the Stormfire autocannon, which is good against shields and hull, but not good against armor. The Phase Disruptor, good shield penetration, not so good armor penetration, and then a gamma laser. I guess the one thing it didn't do was missiles. Those will come a little bit later. And then it's kind of a little bit of one of everything. So, you know, one really good shield, one really good armor unit. I guess they focused a little bit more on armor, which of course would make sense. In this case, I'm perfectly happy with the way that the AI made choices here because, again, I want to be focusing on taking advantage of the fact that these things don't cut through armor very well. The other thing that I can focus on too, right, is... You don't need to leave a lot of this to chance. So right now I've got the Sapient Combat computer. Right now it's doing swarm tactics. So in this case, the ship will charge straight at enemies and try to deal as much damage as possible from point blank range. If I didn't like that approach, we could also choose the Picket AI. And in this case, the ship will advance to close to 30 range and attempt to intercept the enemy. So this is currently an interceptor. Everything is range 30 and 40. So if I didn't want these guys to go right in the enemy's face, maybe I would consider something like a missile boat or a picket ship. And obviously, in this case, this would give me sort of those defenses as far as dealing with missiles are concerned. Moving on to the destroyer, this is set up for pickets, and again, they chose sort of a collection of weapons here. One of the factors in my view is range, because the way I sort of see it is that I keep my corvettes and destroyers essentially as things to stop the enemy from attacking my capital ships, and then my cruisers, battleships, and Titans wind up being sort of the real show. So in this case, neutron launchers are good, having flak artillery and strike craft. That's kind of what cruisers exist for, and then they've got a Gauss cannon just to insult the enemy. And then, of course, clearly you have a lot more variability. Like, maybe you don't want these guys holding back. Like artillery would probably be the full role. This is line. You can even actually make these things go to the picket as well. But in this case here, like the cruisers where I'm actually starting to put some serious force behind things. These guys should be lobbing torpedoes at enemies and such. Battleship, similar story here. They want to have ships coming out. They want to have some long-range weapons to be lobbing things at. But again, the big one for me is just the Titan, right? I want to make sure that the Titan is able to deal as much hurt as possible without getting interrupted, and it will always remain an artillery one. So all of these are things that the computer's defaulted to, but I'm happy with this, right? Flak artillery does what it needs to do because this will make sure that it's not getting harassed by other ships, and it'll be able to send its own ships out and deal with them. You know, I'm happy keeping this as a line rather than artillery because I want to make sure that I have strike craft in it. Let's say I didn't like that idea. Maybe I'm like, no, I actually want to make sure that this thing's just delivering hurt like a Titan. Okay, well, you know, here are my choices, right? I can just go, you know, raw artillery on all of this and say it's like, maybe just a ship dedicated to neutron launchers, you know, nuts to the flat cannons. Will just overwhelm them with these sorts of things. So I don't know if that really gave you what you were looking for. The sheer amount of information on the screen at any given time is intimidating. I agree completely. It is definitely the big thing about learning any Paradox game is that you need to know what you need to look at. That's great information. Thanks so much. You didn't realize that the auto-generated designs were okay to go with. That's great. No, not a problem at all. I really like this. How far are we into this game? So it's 2375. We've just taken out the Great Khan. We weren't able to completely wipe out their holdings, but we're in a bit of a Cold War. But I did want to deal with what Pax said. One of the big tricks, and this is true if it's Crusader Kings or, you know, Europa Universalis or Stellaris, is that the big secret is information management. You need to know what you need to look at. So one really great way of starting, like if you knew nothing about this game, and again, it's gone for auto best, just to give you an idea here, Macon, one of the ways that I tend to think about it in my own case is I say, I play a lot of single player, which means I'm going up against the AI, and it's very rare for the AI to like hold out on me. The AI is not going to be like, okay, I really want to win this one, so I'm going to give him crappy fleets. It's going to be like, here's what I think a good fleet is given the technology. And what I tend to do is I tend to evaluate the AI's choices relative to the situation I find myself in, because the AI clearly does not know that I am considering the biggest threat to me at the moment is the new Grolfrup Khanate, just in the sense that they have more ships, and I'm, you know, I need to figure out a way to deal with them if I'm going to vassalize them. So with that information in mind, I can say, okay, I'm going to focus a little bit more on armor heavy. I don't want to go exclusively armor because there's some stuff that melts through armor really quickly, and then I'm going to be in some serious trouble. But I tend to find that I make decisions a little bit better relative to the status quo. So the status quo is the AI made its best guess. If I didn't know anything about this game, I mean, one thing I'd do is I just take a look at the different features. So like, obviously I want to have the best generator I can get, you know, best jump drive I can get. This one is a dangerous technology, by the way, you know, best impulse thrusters, all of these things, you know, I want the best. I have no, like, I'm generally okay at generating alloys, so I'm okay keeping the best in terms of these technologies. When it comes to a combat computer, though, it says here are two tactics that these Corvette-style ships are good at. They can be good at swarming, which will give them a bonus to their fire rate and a bonus to their evasion, and it basically means that they're going to get up close and personal. And if I wanted to redesign my ships accordingly, I'd take a look. Well, what are some of the, you know, shortest range, you know, terrifying weapons that I can put on them. And in this case, the highest average damage apparently is from the Stormfire autocannon. Oh no, that makes sense, 7.57. So yeah, like if I was really confident that these things weren't going to have a lot of armor, I'd obviously go heavy on the Stormfires just because of the extra oomph, if you will. But then I can say, it's like, okay, well, maybe, it's cool to get a bonus to the fire rate. It's cool to get a bonus to the invasion. It's actually particularly good keeping that in mind, that if you're going to go for the higher fire rate, you can sort of it's like, well, does this mean that, is there something that I can use that will give me an advantage in terms of weapons? So for instance, let's look for the one that's got the lowest accuracy. So we're at 90, 80, 100... 75, 85, 75. Yeah, so we're looking at like 75 seems to be the worst. So maybe I would make a decision that says, okay, given the fact that, I'm going to get a higher fire rate, maybe I'm willing to put the Gauss cannon on now, because I'm going to be rolling the dice more often, which means that, the expected, sure, I'm going to be missing some shots, but I'm going to get more kicks at the can and it's going to do more damage. And if you take a look, right, the Stormfire autocannon's average damage is 7.57, but I'm going to guess a lot of that is due to the fact that it's got a higher accuracy. If I say, okay, so when the Gauss cannon hits, it definitely. So the Gauss cannon's top damage is 46. It also has a slower cooldown. But as you can see, I'm like, well, you know what? Given what I know, given the fact that this thing's basically just going to be barreling in and unloading as much as possible, maybe I'm willing to take on the Gauss cannon, because I know ultimately I'm going to be realizing that higher damage on more opportunities. Alternatively, you can say, okay, I'm actually a little bit more comfortable with the Picket. Apparently this one still gives a higher fire rate, so apparently I can just shut up about the fire rate. Better tracking and better evasion. So again, similar idea, it's close range and will attempt to intercept the enemy. One of the things I might say is that, okay, you know what I'm actually going to do with these guys? Maybe I'll just fill them up with, I'll make sure every single one of them has like a flak cannon or something like that, and that I've got something that'll work at, range 30 or whatever. And that I'm truly going to make these corvettes a screen. I'm not going to put any anti-missile defense on like my battleships or my cruisers or something like that. I'm just going to expect the wall of corvettes to be so good at taking this stuff out that I'm going to focus on keeping everybody far back and lobbing things. I've never tried that strategy, by the way. That might be a terrible one. But it just kind of gives you an idea. Like, I think if you sit down and you say, I want to know all the weapons in the game and what's the best one, it's just hopeless. Like, it's so hard to try and get some purchase on this sea of information. But in reality, when you're playing the game, you're probably going to have made some decisions in terms of your technology, and you are going to have some degree of sensors. I actually really like going for higher level sensors as early as I can, so I can start getting some of this information. It's like, oh, okay, looks like these guys are going pretty heavy on shields. Oh, these are the kinds of weapons that they're going for. Now I know I'm going to start focusing on things that rip through shields really well. And the consequence of that is that I'm able to make my technology decisions. Earlier on in the game, you have fewer degrees of freedom in terms of how you build your ships. And then after all is said and done, you're going to be in a position where, sure, they're equally built fleets, but because you made some decisions a few years earlier knowing your opponent's weaknesses, you don't even need to worry that much about designing your fleets that well. You actually just wind up sort of forcing the AI to choose the optimal loadout because you don't really have the better technology somewhere else. So it's a flax cannon. That's awesome. Okay, now I feel terrible because I was supposed to build some extra ships. Did I do that already? No, I've got one Corvette. Okay, good news. So my space amoeba's just gonna amoeba. We can put you back into orbit. I actually think I'm going to send these guys back to Halvam. Because this guy should be up to like 160 soon. Yeah, the Titan's on his way. And I think we'll probably wind up upgrading things forever. So once that's said and done, I think we'll start moving these ships out to the L Gate, and we will unlock whatever horrors lie behind them. Is this info in the base game, the sensor info?
Upscaling complete.
I mean, let me just take a second here. The first way you'll learn about it would be... I think it's in engineering. Oh wait, no, it'd be physics, wouldn't it? Okay, gravatic sensors. So these sensors have been tuned to look for any gravitational changes in space, such as those produced by the presence of a starship. It just tells it to you as like a component. But if you go over the... Hang on a second. No, this makes sense. So it's under the hyperlane detection range and sensor range. So the idea here is as you go up additional levels, so when we go from gravatic sensors up to... Sorry, I've just kind of internalized a lot of this stuff, so I sometimes get a little tripped up. So now we go up to subspace sensors, and you'll see sensor range 3, hyperlane detection range 6. So the idea here is because I've got sort of a presence in a lot of these areas. I mean, these guys are vassals, so it makes sense I'd be able to see what they're up to. But essentially just being... The way that vision works in this game is it's the number of nodes. So even though there's a super long line, you're still able to see as long as it's, 3 or 4 or however far out. Yeah, that's... I mean, I just try and let my... I mean, I also use that to my advantage when it comes to multiplayer games. So Melemony was in a game with me, and I know a couple of the players had an unexpected or an unrealistic idea of what my forces were like, because what I did was I did something that looked like a big buildup on the border, but it was my secondary fleet, and I actually made sure that they were equipped with a different technology, like in terms of my... Like, I was a little more heavy kinetic, where I think I used more beams on my main fleets. So I kept those near the border to give them an idea. It's like, okay, this is what he's prepared for, this is what he's going to do. In reality, I had a big fleet ready to go near a wormhole that actually went straight into the heart of their empire. I don't think they knew that wormhole was there. And then when the time came, sure, they're ready to just completely demolish the fleet at the border, not realizing that, there's a full-strength fleet ready to go and just rip apart their empires from within. So, but yeah, so it's generally... The info is usually available within the game, but you kind of need to know where to look. So a tip that I can give anyone who's looking for that, other than the wiki... I mean, the wiki is wonderful, and it is maintained by Paradox. But if ever there's a little, if ever you're not so sure about ship components especially, make sure that you put your mouse over the actual component sign, and it will tell you specifically the effects. So for instance, shield capacitor gives you a bonus to shield hit points. It's something that you can use to augment your existing shields, as opposed to being, if you were to look at this icon, you'd probably say, oh, okay, this thing is it's a new, better shield. It's like, it's actually something for existing shields. And that's kind of how I've made sense of it. Others may have a different experience. Okay, atomic countdown. Researchers on Rhizome Capital have eagerly anticipated the countdown of the mysterious atomic clock of prodigious precision found on Lando for the past 42 years and 3 days. Several decades worth of heated speculation and conjecture have evaporated in an instant. The clock has just now reached its momentous deadline, ejecting a stream of self-replicating nanites. These nanites left the surface of the asteroid, where they may have coalesced into a fascinating unmanned military vessel. It is ours for the taking if we should so desire. So we can become the new owner of a nanite interdictor, or we can scrap it for 1,500 materials. And nope, I want fancy new ships. So what does this thing look like? What does this thing look like? My eyes, the goggles do nothing. Oh, this actually looks pretty cool. So 1,600 for four strength. That basically should be a cruiser. Yeah, it's better than what I've got in my existing fleets. Let's send them to Halvam, where they're gonna go with the rest of my group. Whoa, wow, they got quite the journey ahead of them. Oh, that's right, because they got locked out by the angry researchers. It sounds like my office.
Research actualized.
Thank you very much for the bit. And yeah, guys, don't feel free to keep asking questions. I know I've been a little less talkative on this one because we were trying to save Ebenezer Hawthorne's hard work from the terrible designs of the Khan. Okay, only 3 ships are going to be refit for this one, so I'm okay upgrading these. And thank you very much for the follow as well. But I think Rowan's going to head to the L Gate, and we can. I'll give it another cliffhanger for us to finish off on. Engineering research, 20%. Study of superfluidity promises to marry quantum mechanics with the fundamental interaction of gravity. I still think we're short of 2K on, yeah. Right. Battleship hit points, kind of see. I mean, it's tempting to go for the percent bonuses for minerals and things like that, but I do kind of want to improve my, my military capabilities.
Ships upscaled.
Okay, so this is a full-strength fleet, which I can now take to the L Gate, and we'll also take our beloved Yucca. These ships are going to be upgrading for a while, I think. But I'm okay with that. Otherwise, they're exactly where I'd want them to be. I can combine it with flourishing. Actually, what I'm going to do, we'll knock those off for now. This is just so that I can combine them. And while I'm at it, this is going to be a little inefficient with my... It's going to be a little inefficient in terms of my overall use, but what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to take these guys to equity. Reason for that, this is kind of my new slush fleet. So I've got some cruisers and destroyers and whatnot. Eventually I'm going to build this into, you know, a proper force. And I've got the Titan working on it right now, so let's say we'll go for the 2 battleships right now. And do I have the money for it? I don't think I'm quite ready for the extra cruisers. But the idea here is that I'm kind of getting the microcosm of my, you know, my 3rd fleet. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to send these guys to equity. If something disastrous happens when the L Gate opens, I'm going to be in position to deal with that. I'm going to have a 54K fleet. Against my better judgment, I'm going to go to war with the manager one more time. Holy smokes, it actually worked. So I've got 54K to, you know, to play around with. Again, this is still not going to be even remotely close to what I need to take out one of the fallen empires. Jesus. Whew. my brown trousers. But we're going to set up at the black hole. I think I should probably find the nearest available science ship. Oh, apparently I forgot to put these guys in their place. All right, I need the closest science ship that is not assisting research. Oh, that makes me sad that these two are so close together. Okay, these guys are automated, so I think what I'm going to get them to do, we'll disable that. Say that'll take 570. Oh, but they are gonna use the gate, so that makes me happy.
Future market survey complete.
So obviously we're gonna have to wait a little bit for the research to actually happen, but I prefer doing that than taking one of my existing research vessels out. I'm also a little tempted at the moment to try and colonize Heodim, Themen, Suomia. I think that's it.
Upscaling complete.
Also up here. Just again so that I can kind of get a head start on my
Upscaling complete.
my next batch of extensions. The big problem I have with that, though, is we did almost go bankrupt under very similar circumstances. So I think it would be good for me to sort of just chill out for a little bit, get the job done, and I'll worry about expansion in another phase. Also, little things like, you know, building a base on Yogrilla. Actually, I can probably do that right now. Just to be able to take advantage of trade is probably... Like what? I'm not going to take advantage of 89 trade points. Kesso, another great example. In fact, I might even be able to make it so that Kesso gets 2, and that way they'll be able to claim from Zorf. Moving right along. Capella... Well, okay, if I'm going to go for one of them, it would probably be Stebnar over Capella. But what I definitely want to make sure is that I dedicate some effort to upgrading where the L gate is. Technically, I'm not protecting this wormhole, but I am protecting at Yamal, so... Okay, get you to do your upgrades. So that's 974. We're okay for money there. I'm building... what? Wait, did I really give it the... Oh, that doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, so we've got a Titan on the way, 2 battleships. I've already got 1 cruiser... 3 cruisers. Okay, so we'll build 1 more cruiser. And apparently that's the end. Oh, okay, because the bill for the upgrades just came in. So these guys are going to be hanging out for a little while, but nothing I can do about it. Let's just do a quick tour of my systems. So Rhizome Capital...
Completed. Research actualized.
Yeah, see, the problem here is I'm going to bankrupt myself as soon as I actually pave this world over, but I do want to see what happens. So increasingly powerful computation paradigms allow us to adapt individual construction projects to planetary and ultra-local gravitational conditions. I'm just going to go for the cheapest one again, so either hull points, energy weapons, building costs, energy weapon damage. Transgenic crops offer nutritional elements of several standard food crops in one convenient package, so another 5%. I'm really tempted to go for the extra administrative capacity, but it would be better for me to focus on sort of the easy wins. Let's say I'll leave the army for now because I won't have immediate need for it, but I do want to get my navy in shape, so we'll do naval capacity. Okay, so I think I'm going to hold off on any other upgrades and actually try to pave... You know what? got enough money to fix this. We can do, first of all, a little less food. How are we for imports? Okay, we're balancing out there. So against my better judgment, I will buy 1,000. God, I hope this doesn't do something disastrous.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, so I don't know where we got the extra energy from, but I'm very happy we have it. The fleet is now in place. Now, I mean, again, if something greater than... So the real kick in the balls here is going to be if I get something coming through this that's greater than 51k strength. I have no idea what's going to be coming through this. Everyone tells me it's something terrible. This has not been true for my playthroughs. We can upgrade the colony. Got to be a little careful on what I'm spending on it right now. Obviously, it'd be nice if I can go and pave another world, but mostly I'm just going to take a look at available jobs. I do have amenities and housing problems as well, but at the moment this is more about making sure that I can get to the next upgrade. Yes, I can. I have way too many jobs available. Oh, that's right, because I'm gonna pave the world over. I'm also gonna pave this one over, but I'm turning it into planetary administration. That's okay. 2 jobs available. That will take me up to 8. So I need to come up with something else. See, this is why I didn't want to spend that money. Dearest customer, we regret to inform you that the trade deal we negotiated for the export of exotic gas to the worlds of Rhizome Capital has run its course. We are, of course, more than willing to extend the deal for another 10 years if you have the energy credits to spare. We do. That's the Zero Corp way. Our freighters will begin making deliveries immediately. By purchasing this product, you agree that Zero Corp cannot be held responsible for any adverse effects that may result from its use, including but not limited to skin irritation, psychotic episodes, ocular discoloration, aggressive mutation, increased colonist suicide rates, precognitive trances, biosphere depletion, dangerous strangelet production, micro black hole generation, grain elevator explosion, societal collapse, mass extinction events, unexpected supernova detonations, the complete or partial destruction of your star nation, sudden gamma ray bursts, time travel paradoxes, vacuum metastability events, universal entropy, and the collapse of the space-time continuum. Okay, I need to figure out what the next 2 jobs for this group is. I figure another... I'm gonna have the same problem here as well, but I don't have the money. So, I'll leave it be for now. Okay, looks like
upscaling complete.
Our friend showed up. Oh, we're already on track for same story with the rare crystals. So I don't...
Potential market survey completed.
So I did build an extra cruiser. May not be the best decision to start building another fleet right away, but I'm going with it. I've gone and done it. Hey, okay, I now have 2 fleets, which are roughly where I want them to be. I'm gonna leave those on their own. Oh, that's right, I've also got a Nanite Interdictor. So that's technically another cruiser that hasn't been accounted for. I'll work it out though. It technically might actually be good for the Vanquishing Bion Armada, but I'll make that determination later. And because it's just so much more exciting, we will completely forget about what's going on and it'll go and activate the L gate. And we'll see if I remember that I gave it that order. Okay, again, I'm just going to do the tour on the colonies to make sure that everybody can get up to level 10 okay. Yeah, lots of... So again, like, I'd like my amenities to be better. Actually, I guess I can fix that now by building a commercial... Oh!
Upscaling complete.
Okay, Flora Hawthorne has died at age 135, so we should have a pretty deep bench of some good scientists. We should actually have a genius kicking around somewhere. Well, Maniacal's okay as well. So, unfortunately, I forgot what science ship they were on, so let's... Also, I've got a Lofen constructor, so mining stations there. This will be a nice little addition, especially the rare crystals here. This is the whole reason why I went for this region. Alright, have a good one, Pax. If you're looking for Stellaris, that'll be next Monday. If you're looking for Cultist Simulator, that'll be Wednesday. And if you're looking for Elder Scrolls, as soon as I'm finished recording this, or finished broadcasting this, I'm going to be heading straight into Daggerfall. So have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time. Okay, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Right, so, I mean, picking up one of these things saves me about 11 energy each time. 14 energy. I've been buying a lot of these.
Ships upscaling.
Oh, found the ship. Okay, yeah, let's get Heath Oak, age 44. He's a genius. He'll show us his genius on one of these ships. It annoys me that I've got 2 ships in this region.
Upscaling complete.
Okay, Equity apparently finished its upgrades. Holy smokes! We've actually got a fully kitted out second fleet. I may regret this. It's not obvious at all that I'm going to need a second fleet in position there, but couldn't hurt to have a second batch in position. Is there anything I want to do on Equity? I mean, I can spend the time. The problem is that I've got 6 shipyards ready to churn out more units, but I don't really have the. I really don't have the minerals or the alloys to sustain the. Ethereal system. Okay, so they actually know what they're doing technologically. Um... 15K? I think that'll be okay. One thing I might want to start considering now that I've done some of my purchases is expanding my branches. So we've got... Oh, looks like I can already do some of that here. So again, I'm focusing on consumer goods just because there's a virtually infinite demand for them in my society. On top of that, I need money. So I'm going to start. Let's see, that's 1275 and 63 for trade income of 19.9. Let's just take a quick look. So we've got 39.53, 46, 71. So this might actually be a better office. Normally, what I do here is I look for opportunities to build the entertainment complexes, In this particular case, I'm actually looking for worlds to sort of maximize my return on. Now, the interesting thing here, it only costs a little bit, well, no, it costs a little bit less and makes me more, so. Nope, but I don't have the minerals. So we'll leave that here. Oh, and I just got an achievement, franchising. As a corporate empire, have a branch office on 5 different empires' capitals. That's a capital? That doesn't make sense. This is the capital. Yeah, I can afford it. Definitely can't afford the consumer goods. Anyways, essentially the consumer goods are going to be taken care of off-world, so I'm okay there. It'd be nice if I was making these numbers tick up, but I don't really want to tempt fate as far as energy is concerned.
Upscaling complete.
What did I upscale? I have no idea. Okay, got my energy there. So this is going to be a point. I have a couple things that I need to think about. So first of all, I think we're going to get Yuka to go deal with the amoeba that we don't like. That'll give this science ship something to do. Now, as far as these fleets are concerned, one of the things I'm going to start prioritizing next is special resources. This doesn't really count. It's 2 alloys, and it's, you know, it's 1% of my production, so I'm not going to fall over myself to get this system as much as I normally would. I mean, again, it's defended by something weak, so it's not also the end of the world. But what I'm particularly interested in right now are things like volatile motes, especially gas. Really anything along those lines. Like, this is pretty rich. So we've got volatile motes. We've got what else?
I would never want to belong.
Skychild, thank you very much for that follow. Well, Skychild 92. I was the other 91 Skychilds, but you're the most important to me. 3 of these crystals is huge. I mean, motes here, but we also have the life tree. And of course, this is where we start running into the L gate. So there's definitely a good argument for me sort of heading through this area here. In fact, arguably, I don't even need to worry about this area. What I should focus more on is kind of moving through these areas. You know, just capture the Howling Vortex and be done with it. So as my alternatives, what are some of my others? Now, the big advantage here is to cut off a rival from resources. So first of all, are there any resources I want to cut them off from? In this region, if I want to, like, really gun for it, there's some crystals that I want, which are here. The good news is apparently they're scared of these void clouds, and I don't blame them, because the void clouds are like half of their fleet strength. Volatile motes are nice, but not as nice as those crystals that I really need. Okay, and then I've kind of already sewn up. I'm not going to get past here, not without a war. So I think the new question, there are rich opportunities here, but to get to the first one, it's going to cost me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves. And to get to the crystals, it's going to cost me what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is a pretty tangled road, actually. But I'm as much as it pains me to do this, I am actually going to start working out to Wolgan. And this is because I'm going to try and box in a rival. So this will be a bit of a chore, to be completely honest. Okay, moving right along. These guys should be working on the L gate.
Future market survey complete.
I can, of course, upgrade. You know what? Couldn't hurt. for these guys, I'm already building them an extra fleet, so what are we working on? Got a bunch of destroyers for them. I'm assuming I did 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that doesn't make sense. Did I really screw this up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Damn it. Okay, I owe them 5. This is basically, you'll notice I'm trying to build these clusters that I normally do, so like 1 Titan, 2 battleships, 4 cruisers, so on and so forth.
Research
I'm following a
actualized.
similar pattern there. I just I'm not expecting myself to hit the full value. The latest generation of battleship hulls have optimized structural integrity fields and improved bulkheads, so I don't think that automatically transmits to my existing ships, but again, I'm already in a good shape. And it's finally the cheapest option to get the Titan hull points, so that makes me happy. Oh, apparently it does transmit to my existing ships. Well, that's exciting. Who died? Oh, that was a really good researcher too. All right, again, we're gonna upgrade the you know, somebody like this, who gets a 5% bonus. Well, so 6, it's like a net 11 compared to the 10. It almost seems like it makes more sense to put the genius in right away. I have a feeling we're going to have a thin research bench for the next little while. But we've got another genius. Apparently we just spin them off at Rhizome Capital. Come on. I want something disastrous to happen that I can do a big cliffhanger ending on. 66%. I am particularly confident keeping this fleet like right beside the L gate. Like if something
Upscaling complete.
something like 100k comes out, there's no surviving that. But there can be no bravery without madness. Nothing I want you to do yet. I need to make a decision about what I want to have happen in this world. Oh, no I don't. I can harvest moats. I'm definitely trying to get better at...
Special project actualized.
Eldrakes emerge. We pried open the gate to the L cluster, only to find something waiting for us on the other side. After the old wounds in subspace had been torn open, but before the L gates had been fully stabilized, it broke through. A giant creature, hastily dubbed the Eldrake, has emerged into the Faranis black hole system, and frenzied reports indicate that similar scenes are playing out in all L-gate systems across the galaxy. The Faranis black hole specimen does not appear hostile, and is already on the move. It appears to be searching for something, but projections have put its final destination down onto the Mayor system. It is unlikely to find whatever it is looking for there. Alarming. He vanished! Behold the L-gate. Wait. Hmm? I don't think I'm going to question it. And on that bombshell, I'm actually already an hour past what I was going to do normally. And so, having survived the Great Khan, Rowan Hawthorne, savior of Rhizome Capital, chief security officer, overseer of the opening of the L-gates, I think we're going to wrap it up there. So, I'm actually kind of happy where this went. There's definitely some rough edges in terms of where, oh, this is interesting. They're recovering these systems. They must not have been able to survive on it. But yeah, so I'm reasonably pleased with how the Khan or the Great Khan event went. Look, I mean, nobody wants to have the Great Khan spawn here. I guess it was it was either Kongath or Electra. Anyways, you don't want the Great Khan to spawn here, let's say. Normally it says, yeah, it definitely wasn't Onab where they spawned, but you to have your main fleet here and then have, the horde coming through these wormholes. Like, I had the B team ready. They did their job. We did suffer a couple of rather tough defeats. But in the grand scheme of things, like, look where we're at. We've got a full 160 unit strength fleet of like all of my ships. The Vanquishing Bion Armada, the one that Rowan Hawthorne was leading, still has a couple of leftovers. We did sort of clear out a lot of the old ships just through attrition, but we do still have 2 raiders. What I think the next step is going to be so originally what I did, I sent Yuka off to deal with their brethren, and that was going to be something that I got the oh, do I have to? So yeah, basically, I'm going to change my plans now that I've opened up the L gate. I'm going to send my construction ship in to sort of claim what is rightfully ours right away. And yeah, we'll take it from there. We'll see what the event brings. My next sort of intermediate goals that I'm going to be focusing on are this. So number 1, I do actually want to take Wolgan, and it's as much denying the enemy as it is getting the assets. I've kind of got this place on lockdown already, so that's why I'm not all that bothered about going through any of these other remaining areas. It is going to be great to get stuff like there were like 3 crystals somewhere in these systems. There's 1 mote, there's 1 gas. Wait, the 3 crystals was behind an enemy, I think. More motes. I swear oh, here we go, yeah. So this will be a big advantage just because, again, as far as what we're paying in terms of trades, 1465. So essentially you're saying you get about 42 energy a month. Clearly I want to be improving my food situation as well. I will knock this down by 30 just to help the budget a little bit. I'm not going to start buying consumer goods because we'll probably be in a better shape. We'll be in better shape to build our way out of that problem as well. But yeah, I mean, in terms of short-term goals, try and get our hands on the L-Gate cluster. That'll give me... I mean, I'm already pretty mobile, right? As far as borders that I share, the Corvian Coalition, I mean, I'd love to force them into subsidiary status. It's rather impressive that they're that confident that they can withstand, but there you have it. I'm assuming these guys don't like me either, yeah. I'm going to guess that these guys don't want to become a subsidiary, even though they are clearly not able to live. These guys are already protected. They're presumably not going... Oh! Please confirm your request to subsidiarize the new Goldferp Khanate. We can offer them to become a subsidiary. If they accept, we will protect them, but they will have to pay us 25% of their energy income and join us in wars. Didn't even need to go to war with them. to settle that. All right, well, that's a great way to end. I'm assuming these guys are too powerful. They do like me, but yeah, their empire's too big. If I wanted to be particularly nasty, I could do a support independence on these guys. The trick is that I don't have a good way of getting into their systems yet. Oh. Oh. And they've got a couple of L gates. Sadly, I don't have access to that gateway. But as far as defending these guys are concerned, could be worse. Finally, the Church of Prosperity, I'm going to assume that they're not going to be inclined to be a subsidiary. Yeah, they're unfriendly. Okay, well, guess what? You get a little bit of extra gameplay while I basically turn the Khanate into... there we go! Peaceful! So we did 1 through military acquisitions, and then after defeating the Great Khan in single combat, we bought out the remaining forces. As your subsidiary, the new Golfrup Khanate will share some of its trade value with you. In exchange, we expect you to defend the life, liberty, and independence of the Golfrup. Medicus Ray, you handsome devil, why are you doing this to me at the end of my stream? Thank you very much for that subscription. That says 5 months. That is a very long time, if you think about it. I know that's like, so you can say 5 months like, well, that's almost half a year. And then it's like, oh my god, why am I wasting so much time on Twitch? But I'm very happy that you have done so. I don't know if you waited to the end of the stream to do this, or if you're just arriving right now. I am sorry if you are just arriving right now, but I am already late, and I do have another episode of Daggerfall to record before I turn in for the evening. Mojo Storm would like to think that by extension they are now acknowledging Rowan as the new Khan. Excellent. You've been watching me for more than that, but you're the best. Maticus, that does mean a lot. The rhetoric of Twitch is always a very tricky one to deal with because, of course, I don't need to tell you that when... sorry, guys, you are going to get a little bit of extra commentary, but the gameplay is done for tonight. I don't need to tell you, everybody's been on Twitch, everybody knows what it's like, everything is the best ever, and every Twitch stream is a quote-unquote family, and it's not even that too many people are insincere about it. I'm not in a position to judge people's sincerity on these things in most cases. But it does make it very difficult to express in maybe in the words that I would normally want to be able to say that it really does mean a lot to get some support for this. For various reasons, I have definitely considered whether or not streaming is worth continuing. And it's not in the spirit of, like, I'm going to vanish off the face of the earth. It's more, out of the number of things that I could be doing, some of which are also related to Cultist Simulator and some other projects that I want to do with that. Is this really the best use of my time? And that's been true in grad school, that has been true, now. And I think one of the big things is whether you are, a regular whose name I see in chat, if you're a subscriber, Basically hearing stuff like, I really like your streams. I like it when you do them, you know. I'm a little bummed out. I mean, I feel bad whenever it's like, I'm a little bummed out that it took you so long to get started on Friday because, you know, I was really looking forward to it. You know, that one's a little bit like, oh, you know, I feel bad. But, you know, I did say I was going to try and stream, and I took longer than I was planning. This is a beautiful model, by the way. But yeah, all of this is just a very elaborate way of saying, is like, I know it's very easy for a lot of people to, you know, to go over the top in terms of the subs, and I definitely don't want to create the wrong sort of incentive where it's like, you know, the true fans are the subs. The subs are definitely the ones who get to use Sin's beautiful emotes. But, you know, to hear you say that, to definitely get the recognition of the time and effort that I put in, it is definitely enough to give me the reminder that yes, time spent streaming is time well spent, and I particularly enjoy Stellaris, so that's a really wonderful way to end the evening on. So I'm not sure what the hell to do about these things. The freed dragons, I mean, they look beautiful, so I'll try not to shoot them out of the sky. I don't know what they're going to do. They seem to be searching for something. More medium-term goals. Well, look. Do we have an automated dreadnought? Do we have got proper Drake, the Ether Drake? I think we had a third not in my regions, it looks like. But yeah, I have at least 2 Titans to deal with, Leviathans. I believe there's a big bonus if I take out the Void Worm, and I think I get a new ship if I take out the automated Dreadnought. I need to remember those. But these fleets should be enough. And I'm sort of at the point where I'm going to be getting close to my fleet cap, so it's not the end of the world if I wind up, losing a few ships. Should definitely harden some of my entryways. So I've got 1 L-gate here. I'll have another L-gate coming up. I'm going to have to say that Unafra is probably going to be as secure as it's going to be. I don't think I want to make another specific station there. So there's definitely going to be some infrastructure that I need to build. I also need to start, making sure that I defend some of these areas, because it looks like there's more piracy than I can really manage. Hithram's going to be a particularly hard one to deal with because I've already maxed out its defenses, I believe. Yeah, I gave it a bunch of anchorages. I suppose upgrading it to a citadel might help. What are we looking at here? Yeah, piracy 10. So I think I'm gonna have to manage my logistics a little bit better. As far as the piracy is concerned, it could be worse, to be honest, but I feel like there's maybe a little bit of low-hanging fruit. Ygrilla is probably my best candidate for this, and maybe just coming up with a slightly better division between Hithram and Equity as far as the defenses are concerned. But yeah, trying to get us back to a point where we're earning 1,000 energy credits a month, getting to a similar case with our minerals so that we can start building some more, or basically start building some more, I guess ecumenopoli would be the plural. Obviously we're working very hard on the arcology project, but there's definitely going to be a few more people who I want to put down that path. And then I don't need to worry so much about a war coming up. I know, so I don't really have any interest in taking over the Biranthe Star Realm. I can't attack the Panaxia Union or the Interstellar Quarian Coalition. So at this point here, I either, swing for the fences with the Labris Alliance, or I maybe take a little bit of a rest and I focus inward, because we've just we've definitely just I think we did a good day's work here. We're doing all right as far as our goals are concerned. Oh, take that, game. I have now overtaken the stagnant ascendancies in score. So 30,344. This has to be due to my economic strength. Yeah, we are a third of the Reinar's technology. Number of systems isn't that impressive, or colonies. Pops and subject empires. Okay, well, yeah, it kind of makes sense. Like, once you get past the economic and technology strength, there's really nothing left for these guys. So, they could still kick my ass, but we're number one. And I believe that's not just due to... So subject empires is going to add another 8... Okay, no, my subject empires is what's pushing me over the edge there. I'd still be position 4 if I didn't have so much of the galaxy under my heel. But that's fine, because I'm I feel good. All right, I'm really I'm wearing out my welcome here. Thank you everybody for watching. Let's find somebody to host. And I'm really I am really unaccustomed to having a full screen monitor. It's a little weird to handle. It's really weird to go back to some of these. Oh, somebody that Sin introduced me to is streaming, and I think you guys will like him. Yes, there will be a Cultist stream this Wednesday. The only time that I may not be able to do a Cultist Simulator stream is the third Wednesday of every month. I will definitely announce any other interruptions in advance, though. So, we've got Octavian Zero. Now, Octavian Zero really doesn't need the attention. He's got 442 people watching him right now. But he's somebody who I believe does this for a living. A former masseur of the lovely Isaac. Sorry, that may have been none of my business to say. I'm sorry, Sin. But Isaac Sin has definitely done. Yeah, that was really stupid of me. I apologize. But you can see this lovely emote that she's done here. Octavipepe. Octavian, a little bit of background for that. Octavian is trying to rehabilitate the Pepe emote. So, sorry, just 1 second. I'm going to send something to... Anyways, Isaacson is not the only person who does emotes for. Sorry, I'm not the only person that I am not the only person that Sin does emotes for. She does some wonderful emotes for Octavian Zero. Definitely a relaxed guy. Primarily Path of Exile streamer. Very nice guy to hang out with. He's hung around here a couple of times, especially for our Assassin's Creed streams. But I will leave you all in his capable hands. You get a chance to see what a real streamer looks like. And thank you all for sharing the fun adventure. I really didn't know how the Great Khan was going to turn out, so this was a fun way to put an end to that threat. So have a lovely evening. We'll see you guys over at Octavian's place. I need to go to bed.